Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. This is an 18+ space. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and interests outside of your comfort zone. Try to have an open mind and good faith. Please respect the space and treat yourself and others with respect. There we go. Hey everybody. Oh wait, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Alright, cool. That was our new intro. Yeah. It was part of the reason we took so long to start stream. But we also took so long to start stream because, well, we've been putting off finishing that because every week around, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're like scrambling, doing research. I don't know how we switched to doing basically light essay research for every major stream, but somehow we have. However, because it's Steam Nets Fest, we're gonna play Steam Nets Fest demos. Usually, in the past, when we've done this, we've done it for like 3 straight days, playing as many demos as we can. This time, we've pre-selected some demos ahead of time that we'll play. When we stream again later this weekend for Juneteenth, then if some people have some recommendations for some Steam demos, we might fit those into that stream. But we have enough picked out, and the goal is to play at least, I don't know, like 8 out of the probably like 12 or 15 we picked out. I'll do a chunk, then we'll switch headmates and they'll talk about the chatting of the day, then someone else will play more demos, and then someone else will play the game of the day, which is a trans visual novel called If Found that takes place in like the like the 70s or the 80s, and it's like being trans and isolated and stuff, which kind of meshes well with today's topic because today's topic is queer despair, not just trans despair, but we wanted to just have it a little bit more wide. But we are going to talk about transness a lot in that regard. Hope you like the song. I literally just chugged one of these. I've been given ginger beer. We're back in our bedroom. This is the first time we've streamed from our bedroom with this setup. Uh, we're like laying in bed at an incline, and we have a crocodile over our shoulder, and we're really close to our screen, and we're also watching our stream on Twitch on our phone, so we can respond and see the like Twitch redeems, because they don't come up in our combined chat, and I can't show you the combined chat because because we're streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is like, oh, you can stream on both platforms at the same time. However, you cannot show a combined chat. That is not allowed, and you can't tell people that the other thing you're streaming on is better or they should go over there. Though most people watch us on Twitch anyway, to be fair. Um, if you're new to stream, hi, I'm Duckspite. I use he and they pronouns. I'm part of a plural system of all shades of gay. We are age players, video essayists, anarchists, fucking otherkin, and we absolutely adore video games. Obviously, we're on Twitch, well, and YouTube, and we like digging up stuff you never heard of. And Steam Next Fest is a great time to find shit we've never heard of, or you. With that being said, let's get into some games. How's everyone's day? How was your week? It's Friday. It's hot. I'm sweating into my fucking eyes. Actually, the first game I'm gonna play is not a game from Steam Next Fest. Wait, let me. We had to download it independently. Let's see. Good. This game we got an email about, because we get emails about games every day because we are on so many lists. But we couldn't install it through the itch.io installer because it how do I say this? If you, as a game developer, upload a zip file into itch.io, then there is a chance that that zip folder will not be able to play instantly in the launcher, and someone will just have to manually download it. We like having a launcher, though obviously you can download anything and add it to a Steam launcher if you really want to. We didn't have time for that. We've been like running around all day. I went on a date with a pretty older man. Probably not going anywhere, but I had fun. Ah, wow. That sounds interesting. Where'd you go? Gosh, we haven't been on a date with someone we weren't already in a like pretty solid relationship with in a long time. One of our favorite dates we probably ever went on. It was very early in being like an ADBL. We met someone online who was also a bab and black, and we went to see a movie about like black Harvard, or not Harvard, it would be like Caltech or something, because it was in LA. Like these black high achievers who have to turn into drug dealers to pay their tuition because of some bullshit. And we played like DDR. So much sweaty diapers. It was super cool. Damn, that was like probably like 7-ish years ago. What now he's doing? Okay, so this game, Infinite Red, a game about an unreleased, unfinished video game tie-in to a canceled 1999 multimedia reboot of Infinite Red, a 1970s tokusatsu character. So, you know, like, well, I don't think Devilman counts as tokusatsu, but the like imagery makes me think of Devilman. Tokusatsu would probably be more like Kamen Rider and shit. Finally got an outfit Gil is happy to wear. Having outfits for the whole system is very important. I don't really have my a chosen outfit right now. But I don't mind too much. No, we did just go to a clothing swap in our neighborhood, and it was like basically all queer people. It was great. We got a few things and dropped off a few things. We got rid of our first binder because it's like too small now. Big chest. Muratani's death led to the absorption of his production studio to decades after the Infinite Red faded into its obscurity, series creator N.G. Muratani is approached by the world's largest electronics manufacturer, Yumihara General Electric, to ride the late 90s media mix boom and revive the cult classic hero. Muratani's death led to the absorption of his production studio to a larger North American media conglomerate, and the Infinite Red revival was put to bed before anything came of it. Until, that is, a mysterious file appears on a fan wiki server. This game is about 15 minutes long. There are no game overs. Alright. And I was like, it's really short, so like playing it with a bunch of demos feels right. Let's see. Welcome back, Weatherman. Whoa. It's on the wrong fucking screen. I hate this. Can we not? Ugh, at least it paused. Let me see if there's like a fucking... I'll probably also need to turn down the sound. It'd be nice if there was like a thing to tell me if I could minimize it, make it not on the window it is, because that's not the one stream can see. Maybe it's because I opened it on that screen. Let's see what happens if I don't do that. And let's turn our desktop audio down prematurely. Nope. Okay, maybe I'm not playing this. I guess I'll try that later. Anyway, Steam Nets Fest. Let's try this again. I mean, not the last game. Sorry about ears. Screaming begins again. Alright. Like I said, we got a whole playlist of games. And I think the first one I wanted to try was where are you? Yes, this one. It's kind of like Skies of Arcadia, but it's also like a little bit of its own thing too. Definitely 90s anime looking shit. Queer despair as represented by Evil Beeps. Evil Beeps? Who's Beeps? Or do you mean like the sound of beeps that are evil. Also, thanks for the warm welcome. You're welcome, Weatherman. Beep, beep, beep. Oh yeah, I guess those were evil beeps. That's a lot of goddamn characters. Okay, let's... Why does every game start on maximum fucking graphics all the fucking time?
Windwalker here.
There we go. This is a nice title screen music. Always gotta tip my hat off to that. Glenn's room, full of memorabilia. A cozy, somewhat tidy place. I'm assuming Glenna is our main character.
Hurry up, Glenn, they're almost here. Finally, they were away for 3 whole years. They are a ship. Something's wrong. That's not the Valiant. Isn't that a merchant ship? This isn't a good sign. Something must have happened. An airjet is coming. Just a scout? But that's a single-seater. Mom, where's Dad? Where are the others? Glenn, I'm so sorry. Is this one of Dad's bad jokes? Come on, Dad. Dad? Glenn? Glenn? Glenn! That dream again? Yeah, the day Mother came back from the expedition. I kept going back to it over and over. Wait, what time is it? We're almost late for a mission briefing. We still need to find Mika and Ren. We better go.
The guy standing on the island at the intro looks like the illustrations for Swordingo, the old game from the Play Store from a while ago. Like Google Play Store?
We don't play many mobile games. Unless they're gacha games, apparently. Repair kit basic. Remember, the arsenal can only be used while in combat. Use parts uninstalled in shops inside your airship. This is shared inventory. You'll find your arsenal here. Okay. Alright, nothing else to interact with. Bleach Brave Soul? What's that like? Gosh, we haven't played a Bleach game since the one where you wiggle your Wiimote at it. So whatever the first Bleach to come to the first Bleach game to come to America on the Wii. I don't remember what this it was called specifically though. Good morning, Mom. Can't believe how messy these numbers are. It'll take me another week to cross-check everything. Mom? Oh, it's you, Glenn. Hello. Hello, Theo. Long time no see. Hi. Oh my. What time is it? You had another all-nighter? Wait, it's today your last mission? I totally forgot. Could you go there later? Most parents will. I'll do my best to go, Glenn, but I'm way behind schedule with my work. I really need to finish fixing these documents by noon. But now hurry or you'll be late. Good to see you, Theo. Sorry to bother you. I'll bring back something to eat later, okay? Sure. Now, where was I?
Well, that's a little depressing.
So many errors.
I wonder why there are so many errors.
Is she always like that? Mom changed a lot after losing Dad. Today is the anniversary of her returning from the expedition. Another year already? Yeah, she's shutting herself down more and more. She's not even eating properly. I need to go to the market and get her something healthy. Gail said today's menu was Peter stew. Let's try that. Say, are you free later? I want to go visit Dad after our mission. Sure, Graveyard Island is oddly pretty. I'll go with you.
Graveyard Island!
Well, hey Ghosties. Nice to see you.
It's basically a Bleach themed gacha game.
I see.
I don't think we've really played any, gacha games that are, spin-offs of series. We usually, play, I guess, original gacha games, as far as you could say that. Zenless Zone Zero comes out soon. We're excited for that. This game is, apparently has an animation style inspired by Ghibli. It does kind of remind me of, what's that game? Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. It definitely has a touch, especially in the vehicles, a touch of oh, I can finally fucking run. Assemble your squad. Blossom Town. Yeah, the vehicles have a touch of Dragon Ball, which is nice because all the cool technology in Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z generally gets, at most a supporting role, or maybe just set dressing. And doesn't really get to shine because everyone can punch through a planet and shit. Does feel very fairy tale to us, at least from our short singing. Yes, this is a plain RPG. Gonna leave this running while I download a VHS rip of Ending of Evangelion. That sounds awesome! Damn. I wanna watch a faded, fucked up version of End of Evangelion. What, you need some stew?
It's still simmering. It'll be ready in a few hours. That's fine. Can you set a portion apart for me? Sure thing. Thanks, I'll come after our mission. Is your mom okay? I remember the stories your parents told after their voyages. So many adventures. Sadly, those times won't come back. I might have said too much. Your stool will be waiting for you. Great, now to find Ren and Mika.
This music is very good. Repair kit, basic. I could probably turn the audio down just a little bit more. Looking for old VHS rips of Eva sounds cool. I probably wouldn't go immediately for Eva. Oh shit, they're just talking. The shop must be closed until after the celebrations. Day after graduation, invite Mike. So I'm gonna celebrate. I didn't know the test was gonna go automatically. I'm not touching anything. I hope the gameplay for this game is a whole 180 turn from this relatively family-friendly appearance. It'd be so badass. Well, I don't know how bad or how like graphic the like explosions and shit are gonna be, but I know it's turn-based and I think it's stylized in a way. If you look at the game page on Steam, it almost looks like a flight sim. Ooh, data leak. Come on, run it off. Clunky. Okay, where the fuck do I need to go? And he's getting so clunky it's hard to turn. Find Mika. I don't think there's any combat on foot though. Damn. Hella crunchy. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to turn it off and turn it back on. Fucking Christ. Did I make it in time for the sadness? Oh, we haven't done the sadness yet. We haven't done chatting. We're doing demos right now. Okay, again, I might turn down the staying some more. Oh, thank goodness, I couldn't imagine what would happen if I missed out on the sadness. Well, don't worry, it's not just languishing in sadness. It's supposed to be like a conversations on like what not to do or what to do when you are feeling hopeless, especially in different kinds of queer situations. I can pause it, but it won't let me skip. Oh, there we go. I have to hold down a button to skip. God damn it. This game is Sky Ocean's Wings for Hire. Okay. Please don't be crunchy.
That's fitting how I am today. Don't want to guys, y'all don't do the sadness because it makes you sad. And sadness is bad for your health. Have you seen Inside Out? You should watch Inside Out. There is room enough to feel every emotion. And you can't really tell someone how to feel. Like I said, we're not languishing in sadness. We're exploring ideas related to what to do when you are in despair, especially as a queer person, and what that despair is coming from, and also a few different perspectives of queer despair. Maybe you'll recognize your own. Maybe you'll recognize someone else you know, or someone you'll meet in the future. I'm something of a pragmatist. Not really here to lick our wounds today. You feel me? I really just want to get to the fucking actual gameplay. So I'll turn anti-aliasing off altogether. It's so crunchy, even the menus are crunchy. I turned anti-aliasing off, it got worse. You for real right now? Wow. Okay, I learned my lesson. Anti-A-listing. On. Shitty shadows. Shitty refraction. Quality low. Just crunch me up. Fucking Christ. And it doesn't help that the fucking camera is super sensitive, so I'm going all over the place. This is unplayable. This is unplayable for me. Glad I didn't put the what the fuck? I'm glad I didn't put the fucking label for the stream as that game specifically and just did streams, games and demos, because damn, that would have been embarrassing. Our computer isn't, like, bad or anything. Maybe this game is just poorly optimized? I don't know. But that's okay. Because we got plenty of other stuff to floss our teeth on. 50 caliber contracts. Everything we have running right now, we want to have running. As a streamer, we have a lot of stuff we need up right now. It's programmed for our PNG. There's Steam. There's OBS. And we have some internet stuff up for the chatting part. This game contains flashing lights that may trigger seizures for those with photosensitive epilepsy. Wow, it stayed on screen long enough for me to read it. Most games that have epilepsy warning actually they're not on screen long enough for us to read them. Oh, it actually was waiting for us. Content warning? Yeah, sure, why not? Suicide mention. Blood and killing. Real contract killers use a controller.
Oh, okay. Kill the target. Direct action. Shatter brutalism. Green demon haunted factory. Oh, those are the objectives. Begin contract? What anime did you watch? I too am an otaku. Damn! Finally, someone made a game where you could use your fucking recoil for movement. I mean, I'm sure there's other games that you can kind of do that in, but I don't know them off the top of my head, at least. It makes us think immediately of Ruby, and I don't think there is a limit to my ammo. Real contract killers use a controller. The Restless. This bench fucking sucks. And yes, this does look like that character you think it does. Curious Cat. These things terrify me. Those things terrify me. My coworker, June, her head got crushed by some of the machinery downstairs. At the same time, we had budget cuts on these respawners, and she didn't come back quite right. Poor thing. Cave Story has a recoil for movement, flying as a mechanic. And you can use it to bypass stuff, you can get to alternative items. Oh, that's pretty cool. Cave Story, a game we still haven't actually put our foot in. Space Engineer has recoil movement when in space. Ooh. Damn, I feel like I'm in the 90s. Well, good thing I'm not there, because damn, the 90s sucked. Hot take, I know. Can't grab that. Weird. It feels like there's a hole in my brain. Don't kill yourself. Woo. I love myself a tongue-in-cheek dystopia. Do you got Twitch or where I get that special chat on screen? Yes. Twitch is... We're streaming on Twitch at the same time. If you go to the About section, or I guess the description for the YouTube video for the stream, there should be a link to all our social medias, and our Twitch should be in there somewhere. They pay me to just stand here. I spend most of my time thinking about Bionicle. Bionicle is fucking sick. Oh, hello. I've been hiding up here so they can't make me leave work. They keep telling me I'm agoraphobic. I don't know what that means. I feel the spirit of this game. This game, I'm very here for its humor. This actually feels really nice to play. It's super funny that like there's so many aesthetics that are like this, and some people like are like, oh, this is worn out and tired, and it's like, you know, just nostalgia bait or whatever. But like, it's only a damn, that's nice. It's only a how do I put this? It's an aesthetic, regardless of if your game, your art, all your assets look cool as shit. Literally, there's a game that fucking sucks. This like bargain bin Silent Hill that has Silent Hill's original composer, Kiriyama Oka, as part of the like people who did the OST. The game is dog shit. So I just mean to say, even if it's an aesthetic that is just like not your speed, that doesn't mean it's not a good game. And I mean that as a self-report too, because we generally don't play games we don't like the visual aesthetic of. We're trying to break out of that, but it also leads us to looking for experimental ass shit. I mean, we have been looking at the developer for this game's posts for on Twitter for a while, so we knew that this game was getting a demo. So we knew we were gonna play this. We thought this was a fucking fan game at first. For that fucker from like the Fate universe. I haven't killed anyone yet. Hello. Oh, I think that's a respawn. Can't open the door. I do low-key love the most 2000s nostalgia bait media are like indie devs, LMAO. Air pressure override for emergencies only. And it's also fun that games with this aesthetic aren't just indie, but they also tend to have some sort of commentary, whether it be like the crux of the game or something tongue-in-cheek like this. Well, I guess this is both. Oh shit, there's a lot of level down there, huh? I wonder if I can die from fall damage. Okay. In this game, you can be angry and small. Just wait till you turn 18. You can join the community once you turn 18. Oh, God, I died. I actually don't know what my health is supposed to be. Oh gosh, this fucking camera. Also, the fact that this game bills itself as a really gritty shooter, but it's a millennial 3D platformer is hecking brilliant. Oh me, oh my, I sure hope nobody breaks this demon free. Perish the thoughts!
Quickly to survive.
Oh.
One hit KO? Well, I learned my lesson. Kill it faster. Oh hey, you're the guest of honor. We all chipped in to hire you. I even made this banner. I hope you like it. These look like constables. Oh, it's because of the fucking birthday hat. I think the smiling emoji may be the health indicator. That's what I thought too, but I immediately died with one hit. Charred lungs. I'm gonna max out my credit card and then kill myself. Oh gosh, if there's a hell, I am going. Christ. I think there's some people who think that edgy humor is only, like, someone's excuse to be bigoted. Oh my god, this person looks cool as shit. Very anime character. I thought you were a fucking Cyndaquil. Hey. The folks around here looking to break something. I'm looking for some help if you think you're up for it. What do you say? Oh. Current date is null. Bomb interface 1999. Read name. Use responsibly.
I know you can do it.
Oh, voice acting. What the hell? Oh, I'm gonna die soon. What? I don't know how to use that. Wait, ugh. Fuck me. I'm not gonna make it. Ah, fuck! That is hard.
I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
I'm gonna mug him for his drip. No, don't shoot depressed people. Unless it's like consensual and like in a kink scene or something. Oh. Whew. Okay, that's not a good path. Damn, sucks that the game got so fucky. What? Okay.
shit. Ah. Well, when I die, I lose the bomb. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh god. I thought he was smoking. He just has a really nice breeze of wind right where he's standing.
Get there before time runs out.
Ah! Damn it! Well, at least it stopped lagging for a bit.
Go as fast as you can.
I wonder if the developer of this game was like, what if Sonic, but the propulsion was a sniper rifle? I'm waiting on a hero. Well, I can't say I'm doing a glitchless run. Damn, I didn't get anywhere near the top. What's this? Oh. That's what that is. Explosion? Oh. I'm not dead, though. Oh. And now I'm fine. I can't believe it's not butter. Alright, one more time. Dude. How the fuck am I supposed to get back up? Ah! Ran out of...
jumping. Oh, there's a blue stage in between? I see. Wow, can I even get back up normally? I mean, this is a nice movement playground, but I haven't, like, killed anyone. Mother. No smoking, except for in designated areas. There's a party going on down there. If I'm not mistaken, you're the reason they're throwing it. The cake tastes like shit. Sorry, I'm not good with people. Wait, why are they throwing a party because of me? Oh, I can't break that. Shoot me. Oh. Bullshit! Takes forever to reload when you're in the air, I see. Okay, I can't lift in the air from here. Kill the boss day. Oh, fuck. Damn, that was gonna be a perfect jump. Okay, I think I can do it now.
The time is ticking.
If the joke is there's no one to kill, that is funny. Fuck. Fuck! No! I'm dead. I'm dead. Goodbye, cruel world. Oh, wait. I'm done. I don't know what the health is. I think I heal over time automatically. Alright, again.
Before time runs out.
You're gonna get a tailcoat? That's so gay. Happy for you. We used to have a tailcoat. Need to get another one. Whoa, whoa.
That was time wasted. Come on. Got it!
I'm so proud.
So this is actually a collectathon then? Yeah, that is funny.
Yes.
No, a tail coat is a coat with little, like, tails. That's two usually. And they're long. And they trail behind you. And they look pretty cool. I too enjoy looking like a time traveler. What's this?
I'm so sorry.
Shit! Okay, so that's like a challenge. Okay. I get it now. Oh my god, this character has the same voice as the fucking person who does the, Serial Experiments Lane titles. I swear to god, it sounds just like that. I think this is, I would definitely count this as a precision platformer. Okay, that's how you change the camera. It's the shoulder buttons. Respawn. Options. View totals. Exit level. I think I'll stop with this for now. If we're gonna get to some other games. Certainly isn't bad. I had to toy around with it. I hope the demo is still up after NetsFest. Let's try something a little more kill. Kill Night. In case you didn't know, there is a self-imposed challenge in Mario 64 where you trigger a 1-up mushroom and try to complete objectives without the mushroom touching you. Ah, I see. I'm here for non-Nintendo Mario shit. Also, ginger beer left. Ugh. That's a long ass photosensitivity warning. Even if it does stay up for long enough, I do not care to read the whole thing. Was up for longer than I expected, though. Sure, you can take gameplay analytics. Oh. This feels kind of good. It's like, if your tutorials are a bunch of screens, I'm not as interested. Like, I like live tutorials, you know? Kill Night can be a demanding game. Before you dive into the Abyssal Keep, it is recommended you play through the tutorials. Oh, okay. I'm supposed to... Oh, it's just a menu to pick them. Oh, boy. Whoa. Moving constantly, dashing, and maintaining good positioning is key to surviving. Surviving all damage can be avoided by dashing through or away from it. Tutorial complete. Pistols. Pistols are your all-around damage dealer. Is this a fucking, I mean, this is a twin-stick shooter, I'm pretty sure. But it feels immediately like a... Can I fall off? I cannot. Oh, I remember that sort of reload thingy from Gears of War. And Uncharted. I'm sure other games did it. It takes longer to reload if you, don't do it within the little white partition. Overdrive is basically a shotgun, huh? Oh no, it's just an alt fire, I guess. The ground texture is weird, yeah. I'm gonna try again. Solitude. We might have to, like, literally restart stream. We might have to restart an entire computer. Because this is not normal. Which is a pain because YouTube too. Alright. And we purposely avoided a fucking update. So, see you in up to an hour. Wow.
Tears dry up, no matter how much our hearts drift away, no matter how much time passes, no matter how hard it may be to connect with you, no matter how sad I am. I wanted to be that man's dream.
Fluff Bites' streams are intended for mature audiences. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and things that may be outside of your comfort zone. Please respect boundaries and treat others with respect. If you're not 18 plus, please leave. God, no need to be a grouch about it. Fuck, I was muted. Thank you. Hi, I'm Punk Bite. I am a shark bun. I use she, they pronouns. Welcome back to the cockpit. It's hot as hell. I'm telling you. We had some technical difficulties before, and it was like an hour and a half in the stream, and it was going pretty crunchy. And we decided it was probably best to restart. And we've done that, though we do have a bunch of web page tabs up for stuff that we want to show folks for today's discussion segment. So I think we'll get through the discussion segment first, and then resume trying to play Steam Nets Fest or whatever else. No AC in our Mac, unfortunately. We got a little bit of ventilation, but that's pretty much it. Okay, so our topic for today is queer despair, queer blackpilling, that sort of thing. I mean, we're doing a subathon soon. We might, I doubt, get enough money to get an AC. There's things that we need, like, way more. Although, apparently, there's gonna be, like, a huge heat spike next week. So, I mean, like, I don't know. Even if we had money, getting an AC soon enough before the next heat spike is a pipe dream. And it's only gonna get hotter because of global climate change. It's always the fucking Simpsons movie meme over and over. This is the hottest summer of my life. No, this is the coldest summer of the rest of your life. I weep. The EOE VHS is so crunchy, I love it. Oh gosh. I want End of Crunchy Gillian. Okay, so there's a lot of types of queer despair. I'm gonna be talking about the trans experience a lot, especially because that's kind of the focus of a lot of the anti-queer sentiment. But the overspill affects lots of people, and it's not like the Supreme Court's not eyeing gay marriage and interracial marriage somehow. Gosh, feel like we're in the 1920s. So, not that I want you to panic or anything if you live in America, but it's always good, or maybe not. It is pragmatic, I believe, as a trans person, especially someone who plans to come out at some point, or is out, what the laws are like where you live and around where you live. Because eventually the laws are going to get worse, and there's going to be more states like Florida, I'm sure. So it is good to know what's safe or safe-ish. I believe there are some trans like sanctuary states, but if you look in the small part, there's a youth version of the map, and the youth map is worse. That's like no blockers, forcefully detransition. I don't know at what level though, but we'll look at the article. This is from Aaron in the Morning, who does a lot of great journalism about like trans stuff, and unfortunately, because of the climate right now, mostly anti-trans stuff, anti-trans bills, harassment campaigns, like things that a lot of the mainstream media does not cover, or when they present, they kind of have a cis-sexist bias when they report it. Or in some stuff, will be using some like major news organizations sometimes use Aaron's posts
because she is sometimes digging up stuff that other folks would not, because she's committed. And she's like paid by like how someone like on Patreon or someone would get paid. So like she's independent, which is super cool. Yeah, and strategically expedient to keep informed. Absolutely. Okay, so what the fuck does this mean? Short summary of the updates. The passage of extreme anti-transgender bathroom laws and bills denying legal recognition of transgender people in Mississippi and Alabama has placed these states among the harshest for transgender individuals in the United States for adults. New Hampshire has also become riskier for adults following the passage of a bill legislating transgender bathroom bans in private establishments. For youth, South Carolina's transgender care ban means that the entire Deep South now belongs to the tier with the most severe laws targeting transgender people. About the map. I have tracked anti-transgender legislation for 5 years, at Aaron in the Morning on Twitter and TikTok. Every day I've gotten messages from worried people wondering how they're supposed to assess their risk of staying in their home state. The messages range from parents of trans youth wondering if their children will be taken from them to trans teachers wondering if their jobs will be safe in the coming years. Sometimes people just want to know if there's a safer state they can move to nearby. I created the legislative risk map specifically to help answer that question. Now more than ever, it is a question that needs answering for so many transgender people facing forced medical detransition. Arrests for using the bathroom, bans on the use of our names, pronouns, and identification documents, and many other curtailments of our rights to exist in public life. In previous iterations of the map, the focus was entirely on the risk to transgender youth. When the map was first developed, bills targeting transgender youth were far more common. Unfortunately, over the last year, transgender youth map has lost all granularity, largely reducing to just 2 colors, red and blue. A set of states criminalizing trans youth and a set of states protecting them. You can still find this map at the end of the document, and it will be continually updated. The primary map of focus, though, will be the transgender adult map, as bills targeting trans adults have become far more common. Have a good bedtime. Thanks for coming in. I know you had a long day. Good night. Methodology. The methodology used is primarily qualitative. With a scoring rubric element for the worst bills, part of the methodology is my own expert assessment of laws, of which I am well equipped to do. I have read all 550 bills that target trans people in America in 2023, and 586 so far in 2024. I've watched hundreds of hours of hearings on anti-trans legislation and am fully aware of all the players nationally as well as where they are making their pushes against trans rights. I have followed the vote count and talked to activists on the ground in each state. I have looked at how similar states are moving in their legislative cycles. Lastly, I watched for statements by the governors and bill drafts to see if the Republican Party in various states seems to be pushing anti-trans legislation heavily. You can see many examples of such legislation in this newsletter. In terms of actual laws, I keep a rubric of the various types of laws that target transgender people. For transgender youth, the most concerning laws are those that prohibited gender-affirming care and mandate detransition. Additionally, bathroom bans, laws that rigidly define sex as binary, and restrictions on social transition are other key factors that negatively impact the state's ranking. For transgender adults, the primary legislative concerns include adult gender-affirming care bans, bathroom bans, prohibitions on drag specifically aimed at trans people and pride events, restrictions on changing birth certificates and driver's license, laws that end legal recognition of trans people entirely. These factors play a significant role in how I assess and rank a state's legislative risk. So yeah, these are a lot of the things that you have to keep in mind about trans laws in your state. Bathroom bills, trans recognition in general, which without that, you won't have like a case for being hate crimed if you are hate crimed, at least not on the basis of being trans. But generally, they strip the hate crime protection first, at least in what we've seen. Worst laws passed, so that's red.
was Idaho, Utah, was that Montana, North Dakota, Kansas, Oklahoma. I think this is Michigan? No, this is Michigan. Maybe this is Mississippi, Alabama, and do not travel is Florida. It's like I would say no man's land, but it's not like they're not trans people living there, and that's something I want to mention today. Like those of us in places that are a little bit more safe, and especially in the north, will can commonly have a bias of, oh, we'll just move, or yeah, it's the south, so it makes sense, and just kind of like in a kind of defeated way, and just be like, well, that's the south, that's all it is, that's all it is. And other folks have talked about it in the queer community before, but I wanted to bring it up because I don't think we brought it up in a while, of how queer folks in the South should not be abandoned. And some people literally cannot afford to move. Some people cannot afford to flee. That's just the way things are, unfortunately. High risk within 2 years. So high risk within 2 years is kind of giving us a sense of places where it'd be probably good to leave in the next 2 years based on where it's heading, because it can only get to worst or do not travel. It's not a lot. It can get worse in very few ways, or has a very small distance, I would say. Moderate risk within 2 years. I mean, things could swing either way, but these places are a little more safe. And you got low risk within 2 years. Those are sprinkled around. And it's really the coast that seem more safe generally. And then safest states with strong protections. Those are I don't know if all of these include sanctuary states. I know that Illinois and California definitely are, but this pushing a lot of trans people to urban centers is gonna be very bad. I mean, like, some people cannot afford to move, but a lot of people are who can or are doing all they can to move, and so there's gonna be a lot of queer people in those the bluest map part of the map, and there's gonna be a lot of like consolidation of like queer people in those places, and resources are going to be harder to deal with. Apparently there's already HRT shortages. Again, not trying to be alarmist, but pragmatic, and it's something to keep in mind. This updated map delineates the legislative risk concerning laws aimed at transgender adults in the United States. States like Florida have eliminated 80% of trans adult care. Adults can be thrown in jail for using the bathroom of their gender identity, and trans people with correct gender markers on their driver's license can be charged with fraud. Multiple states have passed laws ending all legal recognition of trans people. As such, adult risk levels for trans people are now tracked on its own map. Moves in this update: New Hampshire, medium risk to high risk. Alabama, high risk to worse laws. Mississippi, high risk to worse laws. Summary of updates. There are 3 major moves on this update. New Hampshire becomes the first state in the Northeast to occupy the high risk category for several anti-trans laws passed through the legislature. For particular concern for transgender adults is HB 396, a bill that would legislate bathroom bans for transgender adults in private businesses, rolling back civil rights protections for transgender people. This bill is awaiting Governor Sinoui's signature. Alabama and Mississippi also move into the highest risk category. Alabama's SB 129 bans trans adults from using bathrooms in colleges and universities, and Mississippi passed a bill allowing cisgender people to sue if they encounter trans people in bathrooms. That's ugh.
Do not travel. Florida. The only state earning a do not travel advisory is Florida. Florida has a law that allows for the arrest of transgender people for using bathrooms according to their gender identity, and another policy targets transgender people's driver's license. Florida has also put into effect a policy that says trans people misrepresenting their gender on their driver's license could be guilty of fraud. Local LGBTQ plus orgs as well as the HRC have issued travel advisories for the state. This analysis likewise occurs with such a rating. The worst states: Alabama, Idaho. I'm sure she'll say it. Hey, Majora, welcome back. These states have passed deeply troubling legislation targeting transgender adults in extremely harmful new ways. Kansas and Utah have bathroom bans for transgender adults. Alabama also passed a Don't Say Gay bill that includes a bathroom ban on college campuses. Many states, including Kansas, Mississippi, Montana, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, have gone so far as to legislatively erase transgender people, effectively removing any legal rights associated with their gender identities. Other states, such as Kansas, North Dakota, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, prohibit any changes to birth certificates, forcing trans people to out themselves when showing their documents. In Kansas, this law could even force individuals who have updated their driver's license and birth certificates to see their gender markers reverted. These states also could start targeting adult gender-affirming care. Florida has already done so, banning 80% of such care. Idaho has an extreme ban on state funds for gender-affirming care. Oh, that's a fucked up one to tack on. Make it even harder to to transition, even if you do somehow get the ability to. And welcome back, Specky. Yeah, we're in the meat of the sadness. Well, we're in the top layer. If this was an iceberg, this is like the tip. All of these states have passed some anti-trans. Ooh. Excuse me. I probably shouldn't smile through reading all this fucked up shit, though. All of these states have passed some anti-trans adult laws, but have reached the same level of severity as the worst states. Missouri and West Virginia, for example, prohibit gender-affirming care for incarcerated adults, as well as transgender youth, and have seen new laws proposed this cycle going even further. So they'll detransition you if you go to jail. Great. Nebraska's governor has issued an executive order ending legal recognition of trans people. Additionally, some of these states, including Arkansas, have laws that permit the refusal of medical care to LGBTQ plus individuals on religious grounds. Although each of these states has laws targeting transgender adults, none have done so to the extent of the worst states. Moderate states. These states have either passed one or two laws aimed at transgender adults and have enacted multiple laws targeting transgender youth, or are advancing negative laws quickly. For states focusing on trans youth, history shows they are more likely to introduce anti-trans legislation for adults in the subsequent years. All of these states are under Republican control, either through supermajorities in the legislature or Republican governorships. Many have enacted Don't Say Gay provisions, which have frequently resulted in the banning of transgender teachers. In Georgia, for instance, a teacher was fired for merely reading a book with a character that could vaguely be interpreted as transgender. Additionally, some have passed religious refusal rights bills. However, some of these states have either not yet ventured into anti-trans adult legislation or have only passed milder forms of such laws. Low risk. These states have largely refrained from targeting transgender adults, although they haven't taken extraordinary steps to protect adult transgender rights either. For example, Arizona and Virginia have enacted anti-trans policies affecting youth, but due to state-specific factors, appear unlikely to extend such policies to adults. Conversely, Michigan and Nevada have enacted fairly robust non-discrimination policies, but fall short in ensuring healthcare equity, and providing protections for incarcerated transgender individuals.
While these states generally offer a safer environment for transgender adults, they stop short of going the extra mile to make their jurisdiction unequivocally safe places to reside. And I mean, this is also making me think of the fact that by by making just a prison sentence of any kind potentially detransition you, it makes folks less likely to, you know, even do civil disobedience because I mean shit, I already didn't want to get arrested. I super don't want to get arrested now. Just one more reason for prison abolition. Which abbreviation is for Philly? I think Philly is a city, isn't it? Phila, Phila, Philadelphia? Philadelphia, most commonly referred to as Philly, is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Pennsylvania. It's Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's safe. Uh, well, safer right now. It's a low risk. PA. So the one I just read. So it doesn't have outright protections. This one, though. Most protective states. These states have gone above and beyond in safeguarding the rights and well being of transgender individuals, making them highly desirable places to live for those in search of security. States like Colorado, Hawaii, Maryland, and Washington have enacted comprehensive health insurance laws that cover facial hair removal and an expanded range of medical procedures. Each of these states offers refugee protections for individuals fleeing more repressive states with anti trans laws. CARE is not only supported but also enjoys legal reinforcement from the state, ensuring accessibility as long as treatments remain lawful at the national level. These states are the most likely to counteract federal anti-trans regulations that face with the Republican presidency. Oh, that's actually a good point. Not just what states are good right now, but what states will stay good because if some type of federal ban comes out, then you're gonna want to be somewhere. Although there are plenty of people who plan to DIY, or some people are already getting into DIY, and folks have DIY for a while. We know folks who have mostly DIY'd or started off DIY, and it takes a little bit of effort, but it's definitely doable. Though it definitely is, as far as I can tell, fairly expensive when we looked into it. Because we were trying to see what we could do when we had to go like months without hormones. And well, it was like 8 months, I think, without hormones. And so we had realized that even just to get like a month's supply would be like way more than we could afford with all our other bills. And that is still the case. So it is going to be it might be a struggle moving forward. A lot of people are saying to like, if you are on HRT already, to like see if you can stockpile if you can. Not that I will know anything about that. You know, I just I stock HRT in Minecraft. Don't worry. The warm sadness. I am so warm. There's so much sadness. Okay. A lot more red. Very few states now occupy the middle ground in the realm of anti-trans legislation for transgender youth. Those marked in dark red have enacted bans on gender-affirming care for transgender youth, with many even mandating medical detransition for these young people. Conversely, states shown in dark blue have implemented refugee protection laws for trans youth seeking to escape the harsh legal environments of more restrictive states. Moves in this update, South Carolina went from high risk to worse laws. Summary of updates. The only shift this month for the youth has been the state of South Carolina, which passed a gender-affirming care ban and forced outing law for transgender youth since the previous update. This now means that the entire Deep South occupies the highest risk level for transgender youth. Nationwide risk, moderate. The 2024 election cycle remains a great threat towards transgender youth. So on our YouTube page, we have a link for this if you want to look at this yourself, or if you want to look at Aaron in the morning stuff, just generally. She posts almost like every day. So it's cool and it's free. And I know that for folks who maybe haven't medically transitioned yet but want to, that this might be scary. Actually, it's absolutely scary. Shit. As someone who's on hormones, it's scary. But I would say that it's still worth it to transition. If you want to medically transition, you deserve to at least be able to try it, I would say. And doubling down on the, like, how it is really bad in the South, I have an article here about transgender people in the South. Whoa. The amount of due diligence Erin does is unfathomable, and I really appreciate everything she does. I really do. Also, hello. Tennessee is for trans people too. And rural America, many queer people have built lives rich in nature and community. Now they face an impossible choice. This is from last year. This is from last year's Pride. Keep in mind. This is part of Not Quite Pride, a special series exploring how LGBT plus people are really feeling this June during America's anti-queer state of emergency. What surprised me most living as a trans woman in rural Tennessee was how tranquil it could be. It was early in my transition and I'm still often being read as male. Away from the secluded, verdant home I shared with friends, I navigated towns lined with Trump flags while wearing earrings and makeup, introducing myself as Delilah. Some people stared. Most called me sir, but usually I was left alone. A live and let live attitude was historically central to Tennessee culture. What you do on your own land is between you and God. Or so they said. I also benefited enormously from being white. My queer and trans friends of color were regularly harassed. But I wasn't just left alone. I experienced moments of allyship I had once thought were limited to progressive enclaves. Cody, a man changing my oil, once offered in a southern accent so gruff I could barely understand him to back me up if anyone in town gave me any trouble. Cody wasn't hitting on me though he did fill up my car's fluids for free. A woman running a garage sale once helped me suss out whether her daughter's old prom dress would fit me. Around us, trans people were being marginalized, aggressed against, and killed. As we are in both red states and blue, but in those warm moments of understanding acceptance, it was easy to forget I was living in a place that was supposed to be dangerous, inherently hostile to my existence. And I mean, on the flip side, we used to live in Chicago, which is like one of the bluest places on that map, remember? And we've certainly experienced transphobia there. And I think in general, it's still hard to get a job or an apartment as a visibly trans person, or it's much harder generally. I mean, unless you have already fully legally transitioned, or you pass, or it's a queer establishment, which is super bonus. For trans people still living in Tennessee, such casual peace is no longer possible. In March, the state joined 19 states that have restricted or banned trans minors' access to life-saving hormone therapies and surgeries endorsed by nearly every major medical association. It also enacted a first-of-its-kind drag ban, which since has been ruled unconstitutional by the Trump-appointed judge, that restricts public displays of gender bending, because according to the legislature's Republican supermajority, drag, unlike guns, is dangerous to children. That was a little bit emotionally charged, but also,
Yeah, anti-drag laws or anti like sex or gender like promiscuity laws have literally in the past been used to police queer bodies and how folks can dress. And it affects cis people too. There have literally been cis men and women harassed because people are so critical of folks' gender presentation and trying to study them. There's a common meme, something like, they can always tell and they can't. It's sucky. And it also disproportionately affects people of color in general because the cis people who get their genders scrutinized or made fun of the most are people of color. Tennessee also passed laws allowing schools to discriminate against transgender athletes, protecting teachers who misgender students, and legally defining sex as the one a person is assigned at birth, which may have sweeping implications for the state's entire legal code. Transgender minors in Tennessee are being forced to cease all gender affirming treatments by March of 2024. These legislative attacks are devastating to trans people, and yet, in some ways, they're less immediately frightening than the wave of violent threats and demonstrations we've been seeing against us in public. In January, as more than 400 anti-LGBTQ plus bills were being introduced nationwide, a drag brunch held at a bar in Cookeville, 80 miles east of Nashville, was picketed by 24 protesters from the neo-fascist Proud Boys and Patriot Front. To enter the event, attendees had to walk past beefy men wearing Nazi flags and guns, who chanted "Gays and Jews, grape kids." The bar since has been evicted from the building following a questionable police citation related to the event. There is a lot of harassment and discrimination and legal discrimination against queer people. Yes. There's a lot less like gay bars and lesbian bars than there used to be even, although that's also affected by like the huge recession and COVID. A sort of tenuous harmony was once possible for trans people in places like Cookeville, even with a preponderance of religious and conservative neighbors. That's now changing as Republican officials, presidential candidates, and even churches weaponize trans rights as a base rallying tactic for the post-Dobbs era. This loud scaremongering is bringing new scrutiny to trans people everywhere, empowering vigilantes to threaten and attack us for the crime of existing publicly. Under such hostile, even genocidal conditions, queer trans people living rurally, especially in states like Tennessee and Florida, face impossible choices. Do they uproot, leaving behind their quiet lives, gardens, and favorite hiking and foraging spot? Or do they stay in these places where some of their families have lived for generations, and others have painstakingly forged queer community where none existed? At possible risk for their health and safety? Either path is fraught with fear, uncertainty, and the grief of losing home. Yeah, it can be really hard for more transient queer people or queer people who don't have their families to think about to imagine what it must be like. And I mean, we're kind of like that too. We kind of feel salty about, I mean, really anyone who has a good relationship with their parents. But that's a really complicated thing, and that's kind of like an emotional thing. I don't particularly hate every parent, although, like, we do have a kind of philosophical ACAB about parenting in general and the structure of child rearing, especially in Western society and the nuclear family and two-parent household type shit. No. Community to raise a child. But there's so much more to that that I'm not going to get into because that's a topic for another day.
Bree, a trans-masculine teacher who preferred to speak using only their first name, grew up in rural Arkansas, so moving to Cookeville 6 years ago felt something like coming home. They spent years living in New Orleans, where almost everyone they knew was queer. But as an autistic person, they felt challenged by the city's bright lights and constant noise. Going out to a bonfire in the country is much more my speed, Bree told me recently. Moving from New Orleans to rural Tennessee was a shock. I thought the world was getting better, but I had just been in and accepting places. I learned that half the country's population still thinks in this totally different way, yet the trade-off felt worth it. Bree gained access to mountains, rivers, and quality hunting and fishing. Bree slowly made friends in the region and became more confident showing up to substitute teaching jobs in a rainbow belt and a they-them pronoun pen. Trying to give their many queer and trans students the representation Bree lacked at that age. It wasn't easy, but Bree found community and purpose in Cookeville. Hicks Brewery, which hosted the contested drag brunch, was their favorite bar in town, an open and accepting place where all the weirdos went. Bree was standing outside the sold-out event when about 24 protesters, some armed and masked, rolled up in trucks plastered with White Lives Matter stickers, marched through a historic black neighborhood, prompting a church to go into lockdown, and chanting menacingly at Hicks Brewery from across the street. Nazi flags flying in their midst. Witnessing such hatred and blatant fascism made Bree question whether they could continue to enjoy the nature and queer community they found in Tennessee. Before that, I had never in my life thought, is my Facebook secure enough? Or, did I need to consider my personal safety while walking the streets of my city? Bree said. They're active in left-wing political organizing, and those circles have also been targeted by far-right groups. I've absolutely made some changes on both counts. Half-jokingly, Bree quoted a soundbite that's gone viral on TikTok. How do you live around trees, but not Republicans? Welcome back, Majora. Jack, a trans person in rural Tennessee, was living who's asked to use a pseudonym, has devoted their adult life to making that question irrelevant. In 2009, after years of traveling in the U.S., seeking a sense of home, they stumbled upon a forested land project where queer and trans people now live collectively. And apparently, it's pawpaw season. I never even heard of a pawpaw, Jack told me. It's a fruit. But they were instantly charmed by these queers reciting poetry while chowing down on the fruit, which is like a cross between a mango and a banana. I was like, this is it. This is the vibe. I thought I'd either have to be a solo farmer or move to a city in order to have queer community, Jack told me. I didn't even know there was this third option. For 8 years now, Jack has lived among woodland queer and trans folk who get their water from a spring and electricity from the sun. Most of their milk and eggs come from goats and chickens raised on the land, and in the summer, the community's garden produces as much as a third of the vegetables they eat. This way of life isn't easy. To get water to their house, Jack has to haul in 5-gallon jugs. In lieu of bathrooms, they use composting shitters. And living off-grid requires constant, exhausting infrastructure maintenance. But that labor earns a sense of autonomy and budding resilience to the challenges of climate change. During a recent spate of tornadoes, Nashville residents could only wait for their electricity to be restored. But when Jack's community loses power, it's up to us to fix it. We may struggle, but at least we're not dependent on the fates of the utility company. That is fair. I do want to live in a queer enclave sometime, but at the same time, I'm just like, I want to have a lot of electricity, and I want to have a trash. I want to have like a trash collector, mostly for the diapers. Jack and their landmates venture out to buy groceries, make money, socialize, which immerses them in places the city dwellers might imagine as hotbeds of bigotry. Yet, navigating rural towns while first presenting as femme, and later, after starting hormones as more androgynous, Jack discovered perks, including a dearth of street harassment. There's still a deeply misogynic rape culture, Jack said, but there's also an ethic that you treat people like a lady. Small towns offer accountability too. If you don't act right, people you know will see that, Jack said. Your brother's gonna know, and then your daddy's gonna know. Jack long assumed that the secret of rural queer existence was to keep it quiet and hidden, But even as they felt the effects of anti-trans moral panic growing over the past 5 years, they now question whether laying low is really the best defense. I would say so, yes. I mean, a lot of people like try to be stealth or try not to make waves for good reason, right? We haven't been to any like protests or anything in a very long time. The last protest we went to was like 2016, I guess. Maybe 2017. Maybe 2017. Solar panels, and I volunteer to work in sanitation. Oh, okay. Whew. You can do with all this shit. What's a pig toilet? Do I want to know? Earlier this year, after a gay man, Jack Nose, was assaulted by someone on horseback, and it's just a gay guy, not a trans person. Earlier this year, after a gay man, Jack Nose, was assaulted by someone on horseback, and the thing is, like, he was assaulted by someone on horseback. That's such a galloping, a hidden gallop. A group of friends accompanied him to speak about the experience at a board meeting for the local horseback riding association. Given the increasingly hateful climate, Jack said, "We were all so nervous, but to their surprise, we ended up having this incredible mutual humanizing interaction. Board members apologized to the man, offering their phone numbers to help in case of further trouble. Someone even told their group, if my grandkid got lost and wandered into your community, I know he was safe with y'all." That felt medicinal to Jack. "I'm going to Nashville every week to hear Republican fascists insist that we're groomers, and they have to destroy our lives to protect their children. We have a local straight guy in a trucker hat and car hat overalls say that he shook me out of my own prejudice. Say that it shook me out of my own prejudice." As an organizer, Jack now wonders if they might be better off forging alliances with their mostly white working class neighbors, who the far-right recruits by telling them that people of color, Jews, and trans people are to blame for their problems. "We need to build movements that don't leave people behind," said Jack, and addresses the poverty that causes rural people to feel disaffected and susceptible to right-wing recruitment. And I don't think that Southern white people are the only people who are susceptible to alt-right recruitment or alt-right rhetoric. Remember, there's like people like Kanye West and Candace Owens, right? There are some black or trans or gay people who like support Trump and shit, but that's certainly not the majority. And we've never believed, or for a very long time, we haven't believed in like mono identity. I say not mono identity protesting, mono identity like advocacy, I guess. So when we were growing up, our parents were, especially one of our parents, was particularly had the deal of like black people are oppressed. These are all the ways black people are oppressed. Like, I went to school for this. Here's all the stuff. Like, telling us like from cradle to the disownment, you know. But there was a caveat. Our parents were racist as hell and thought that anyone who wasn't black sucked, even other people of color, and sometimes even other black people if they weren't like American black. And it was pretty gross. And being told, oh yeah, we just need like a world full of black people or something, or yeah, maybe we should go back to Africa. Not something my parents said, but like hearing people be like very like black militant and like wanting, like I understand like the awesomeness of like Black Wall Street and like having a place that like is totally sustained by your people, and that's awesome. Like, even hearing about this like this trans queer community, it sounds awesome. But also, like, I'm pretty sure that in a queer enclave, it's gonna have a lot of mix of different types of people, even just different mix of like different neurodivergencies, you know. there's a lot of what I'm saying is there's a lot more of a chance for intersectionality. Although, again, like you can find intersectionality between any group of people who have like one thing in common, you know? That being said, it always feels weird to be like, I want only a world of my people, and that's part of the reason that Zionism is bad, because it just was like a bad thing, a very very bad thing happened to us, and we need to have a fucking like a fascist state for ourselves so it'll never happen again. And it's like, no, that's not what you do. Building coalitions with other people, and as an anarchist, we believe in we're not free until we're all free. We believe in like human rights for all people, and that can be hard to push for sometimes when like someone hurts you, and you want to like, I don't know, hurt them, or you get into a situation where culturally, generally, you're supposed to call the cops. But I mean, as a person who has generally never been helped by a cop that I've called, and know that I'm more likely to be victimized by a cop as a person of color, or as a neurodivergent person, or as a trans person, like, I don't really see calling cops as an option generally. Generally. And that kind of is weird. And not everyone is used to that. But also, I think, like, being known where you are, and, like, having community and not being, like, by yourself and trying to connect with others around you can be beneficial, and like a community helping each other. Though I will admit that if you see a bunch of people in your like immediate area being like really bigoted, and they don't know that you're queer, and you feel unsafe, then of course staying under the radar is totally okay. It 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 can be dangerous to take chances. We've taken chances a lot. We've not been queer in the South, particularly, but we've certainly been openly queer in areas that we know that being queer, at the very least, made us like high aggro, or at the very least high attention. We stick out like a sore thumb in general, especially with the way we like to dress, since we're so eccentric. So we just naturally dress gay, and kind of like that one part in Nimona where it's like, being Nimona being asked, "Oh, what happens if you like hold it in and don't shift?" Or I guess for us it will be, what will happen if you like repressed yourself and didn't express yourself the way you want it and present it the way you want it? And it's like, I would die. And it's like, what? And it's like, well, not literally, but it wouldn't be living. It's like dying inside. Which I'm gonna put a pin in, because we're gonna go back to that idea a little bit later. I live in a big city in Ohio. I've seen a guy get punched in the face because he called a woman out for being racist and anti-Semitic as fuck, and no one did anything about it. I mean, to be honest, a lot of people aren't going to get involved in violence in the middle of like a conflict on the street. A lot of people are hesitant to get involved, just in general. And I guess that's actually the difference between like a smaller area where people know each other more, and a place where it's like a lot of strangers, even if you're in the same place around the same time every day or every week, um the bigger the metropolitan area, the easier you can just like blend into a crowd, and there's like that anonymity feeling, and it's just like, well, it's not my problem. And sometimes it's not even like a dismissive way. Sometimes like it's scary. I know if I saw someone being like physically harassed and attacked, I would I would not just jump in immediately. I would certainly assess the situation beforehand, and I'd be very trepidatious. I mean, I also don't like being hurt. This happened at a bar. That's kind of fucked. I wouldn't go back to that bar personally. No one is immune to propaganda. Oh, definitely not. That's why it's important to learn like the ways that folks and organizations propagandize to you, so you can recognize it and know when something's trying to influence you. Those dreams of building transformative coalitions may never have a chance to materialize with fears of being destroyed by the stress of existing, like frogs in a pot of boiling water. Jack and their partner discuss leaving the region entirely. Wendy Williams, an entrepreneur in the Cookeville area, doesn't believe the Republicans' hateful rhetoric actually reflects the opinions of their rural constituents. An out and proud trans woman, Williams has served as a county election commissioner, and for 6 years now, Cookeville's local gay bar, which has recently closed due to lack of business. Tennessee's new laws and an uptick in hate messages and calls to her bar made the decision a little easier, she told me. Having lived most of her life in rural places, she's developed strategies to survive as a transgender business owner for nearly 2 decades. Most people in Cookeville have never met a trans person, so if someone misgenders me, I use it as a teaching tool. I don't get mad and holler, "You're transphobic!" She said, "If it's malicious, I'll speak up, but 90% of the time, that's not the case." Williams, who acknowledges that being white makes her experience easier than the rest of trans women of color, than that of trans women of color, says her regular dinners with Republican friends have never turned ugly or mean. That's good. Thinking about our own experiences. It's a toss up. We never like get mad at people for misgendering us, like strangers in public. We're usually kind of sad, but we try to roll with it the best we can. It can really be a toss up. But also, we don't get gendered in public a lot. But when we do, we really hone in on it one way or the other. Though, when we were hanging out at Pride, we did get misgendered and the person, like, immediately apologized. And they were, like, fairly old, like, had to be at least in her, like, 50s. It was weird being at a bar at Pride, just shooting the breeze with a bunch of, like, older queers. It was nice, though. Most of my abuse went on because the cops were incompetent as fuck. At the time I got locked out in a snowstorm literally because the cop recommended my aunt lock me out of the house if I get angry at her. Yeah, cops are disgusting. I hate them. Fucking Christ. I'm glad you survived, but I hate that you had to live through that. If I'm having a conversation with someone who identifies as straight, we don't talk about LGBTQ issues, she said. It's about how expensive groceries are getting. Cookeville has had a gay bar hosting drag shows for nearly 20 years, yet no one seemed to object until recently. Once conservatives and well-funded religious networks decided that anti-drag sentiment was a good tactic for rallying evangelical voters, and a Cookeville church declared that drag shows were grooming children. In rural areas, Williams said, I think people were coexisting in some way. And nationally, when everything became so divided, the right ended up being the louder people. Turning up the volume on transphobia has changed things. For 20 years, William used women's restrooms without issue. But today, if she's in public, I just hold the best I can. Ah, I see. I mean, I hate to be both joking and earnest. Actually, I don't hate to be joking and earnest at the same time. Diapers are a good investment for going out, even if you're not into them, even if you're not incontinent. Diapers are valid for any reason you may need them. It is a tool that is for accessibility for anyone to use. You lose track of time because ADHD, accessibility tool. Longer gaming sesh, accessibility tool. Public bathrooms in the area where you work are really gross for you? accommodation tool. Yeah, and I think it should be more normalized and, you know, less shameful, obviously. Though I'm obviously biased. For trans people living rurally, today's situation is dire. The new laws, proliferation of well-organized hate groups, and constant threat of violence has naturally caused many LGBTQ people to consider leaving their homes behind. Jack recently asked a Democratic representative what he thought was the best strategy against anti-trans legislation. He responded, "Get out of Germany while you still can." I'm gonna be real. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. It just I just think it just normalizes the idea that like this is a lost cause and we shouldn't fight back and the fascists will win. Literally, like with culture war shit, people will be like, "Oh, like Lily kind of belongs to fascists. Oh, gamers are all misogynists. Oh, Japan is super conservative and anime is actually right wing." Like, the amount of times I've heard queer people or people of some marginalized status go, "Well, I mean, I can't really openly identify as this thing because if I say I am, someone's just gonna assume that I'm like a bigot of some kind." And it's like, don't let them win. Don't let them take your shit. Nah. Stuff like that hasn't become a swastika yet. We still have time to fight back, and on a wider scale, we still can resist, and we should, as much as we can, even in little ways. I mean, obviously preaching to the choir of folks who want to push back, but also understanding the choir of people and ourselves that are hella disabled and are barely holding on. But I do think resistance is important. If resistance means surviving and continuing going forward, that's resistance enough for right now. If that's all you can ever do, then that's fair. And sometimes resistance can mean collaboration, like giving a friend a spot on your couch, or I don't know, donating your time to a soup kitchen. We can't all fight the biggest fights, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to help each other out and stay connected, you know? And also, it's a very horror movie black pilly scenario to just go, "Well, if I can't afford a passport, or if I'm disabled and I won't be able to move anywhere because a lot of places are not going to take disabled people, a lot of places won't give refugee status for trans people specifically, because a lot of places or a lot of states don't see it as a genocide yet," that might become quite complicated. And I don't like that those warnings, especially comparing it to Nazi Germany, kind of also reflect a passivity, especially when a cishet uses it. Especially when a cishet uses it. My stomach kind of twists. Not gonna lie. Especially someone in government? Like, fucking Christ. Please. I'm considering leaving my home state and moving in with my little space daddy in a different state. I hope that can come to fruition. I hope you can be safe. If you can move, I think it's good to go to a safe place. I don't like that shit either. Sometimes you're rooted so you can't leave. Yeah. I mean, like, there's all sorts of reasons why someone can't leave, but that doesn't mean that they should be abandoned by their community, you know? Yeah, the doomerism of acceleration. That is fair. Some people think that like if it gets bad enough, then there'll be like a giant riot all across the country, and we'll get all our rights back after like a few days. Well, probably not literally days, but you know what I mean. But it's gonna get a lot worse before it gets any better, generally, and I'm sorry for that. It isn't an extreme comparison. As some cities deny permits for LGBTQ plus events, avowed neo Nazis are gathering with church going families to rally around hateful rhetoric in public town squares. Activists observe ominous changes in such events. Whereas barriers once separated protesters and counter protesters, police increasingly allow the two sides to clash and are all too chummy with hate groups, Bree said. Bree hopes to stay in Cookville, but has developed an exit strategy in the event things change quickly. This will mean leaving behind friends, family, and places marked by special memories. Making things even more difficult, Bree's partner's family has been in Tennessee since before it was even a state. Never in a million years did I think this man would leave, Bree said, but now that he understands I am in potential danger, they have discussed moving away together. As trans competent doctors flee Tennessee, Jack and their partner, who are also trans, worry it will become impossible to get health care and developed a color code system. If the discomfort of one of them with the state's laws and social climate reaches red, it's time to move. Lately, the most fluctuation is between light orange and orange red. They even have contingency plans for leaving the country if necessary. Must be nice to have that level of financial security. Holy shit. Um, to talk about our own experience, we have talked with our nesting partner about the potential for moving, but especially considering where we are is pretty safe for the moment. There's also the fact of if you move to a different state and then the whole country becomes like transphobic transphobic law hotspot and there's no protections anywhere, then you'll have to move again. And that's also the problem that some people have run into, where they'll flee to a neighboring state that's okay, and then the next year it becomes bad, just as worse as the one they just fled. Or fled, rather. Fleed is not a word, as far as I know. So that's also terrifying. And there's gonna be a limit. And also, what if wherever you move also does that? Also has lots of bad trans laws. And there's other laws to consider. I mean, not for nothing, but like we're helped tremendously by being in states that where it's legal to smoke marijuana. We certainly wouldn't want to immigrate to Japan then. Let alone that I don't think Japan is very will be very welcoming to refugees. I think an escape strategy is pragmatic, but if you have especially if you have housing, then having without having the material affluency to execute an escape plan, then it kind of becomes, oh, do I am I fleeing into homelessness? Because finding a new job, especially if you don't work from home, and even if you do, sometimes that becomes a factor. Like first month's rent, looking for places in a different state, which might mean physically going there, which also costs money, or just the fact of if you don't have the luxury of doing that and you have to do like a digital tour and shit, you just have to take the word for it, then everything's fucked up. And that's if you have good credit. Like, holy shit, like there's so many factors in just a single move.
that it is best for people to have an escape plan. But I don't blame anyone for not having one or thinking that it's not feasible for them right now, or maybe ever. These questions are gut-wrenching for Jack, who has invested everything in building their queer community. I could move to a state where my rights are more protected, Jack said, but I'd feel a tremendous amount of grief for having to sacrifice my friendships and essentially my family. In April, a 26-year-old trans woman living in with her partner in Florida, a state that has restricted access to gender-affirming care even for adults, posted on Reddit seeking advice. She feels safer moving to Colorado, but her partner has decided she can't uproot her life and leave behind friends and family. Commenters implored the poster to consider how precarious life would be if she chose to stay with her partner. She later updated the post to say she will be leaving Florida to wait for her partner in a new home where I can have access to my life-necessary medication. Yet, these commenters' advice is proving anathema to many LGBTQ plus people in red states, who resent being advised by those in liberal bubbles who seem ignorant of what they stand to lose and how prohibitively costly it could be to move cross-country to expensive cities where safety is still not ensured. As Jack put it, if you're not on a bus coming down to help, evoking Northern Freedom Riders during the Civil Rights era, then your naysaying is worse than useless. It's damaging. There's also grief in potentially leaving a shrinking population of stuck queers and trans people to fend for themselves. The more of us who leave, the more vulnerable the people who stay have become, Bree said. That's why community is important. I have a plan if I need to move to Canada, lol. Oh, that is an option. I wonder how feasible it'll be to move to Mexico, actually. Earlier this year, I returned to Tennessee to visit friends, driving through the seemingly endless green hills. I felt an immediate sense of peace and spaciousness that is absent from my new life in a big city. Yet, we stopped for groceries at a familiar Walmart. I trembled in a newfound state of high alert, seeming to attract more stares than ever before. Was this my imagination? Or were people around me, spurred by years of public debate over my body and rights, newly fixated on my presence? The fear followed me when we reached our destination, even surrounded by thousands of acres of trees. I wonder if we could be subject to attack. A dichotomy is closing in. Queer and trans people go to the country to live closer to the earth and nurture unique communities and to escape violence, harassment, and the chaos of cities. But now rural places have their own growing dangers. Is the answer fight or flight? As these stories of rural Tennesseans show, either option, even the choice itself, is fraught with crushing grief. I feel zero judgment towards people who want to stay despite their risks, or those who want to leave to feel safer. I feel unsure that anything I could do from my comfortable position in a progressive city will help my trans kin elsewhere, particularly the teens who are currently being forced to detransition, whose families may not be willing to pack up and move to states where they can get their hormones. Yeah. I feel especially bereaved by a growing sense that the far right is developing a monopoly on rural living. In cities, we can love openly and revel in community, yet rarely do we get to know the peace of the forest, recalibrate our bodies by laying on bare earth, splash with friends in a secret swimming pool, or taste the juices of a freshly plucked pawpaw. We shouldn't have to fear entire regions that allow such healing connection with nature. These places have more space for variety than their laws would have you believe. I think of Cody at the auto shop and how he gets erased every time we imagine red states as a homogenous block of reactionaries. I think of the queer teen working at the Dollar General who lit up when I came in, or the grandmother who complimented my French braids after I told her about natural remedies for her husband's chronic pain. It's not just trans people who stand to lose. These moments of cross-cultural exchange fertilize the ground for everyone to grow. As Bree put it, we're here just as much as anybody else, or at least we ought to be. And it's a hard discussion to have. And of course,
again, like I said, as someone who generally cannot leave if the state gets particularly bad, I am certainly of a like mind. Especially as we started to learn just how many queer people are in our area, and we started to like buddingly grow connections and stuff. And our place isn't like quite rural, but there's enough like trees and shit and like this kind of foresty parky place and other types of like hiking areas and shit like that around within a vaguely close proximity that like some of the rural stuff that they're talking about, like we definitely can get into. Though not as easily and not as totally. And it is nice to get immersed in nature, you know? Okay, last late article. Almost the last reading. The next thing is a little bit more fun though. Don't look away from queer despair. So many of us don't want to face the emotion of ruling this moment. We should. Again, from last year. Hey Groovalicious, how's it going? Happy Pride. This piece is part of the Not Quite Proud special series exploring LGBTQ plus people. LGBTQ plus people, so many syllables, are rarely feeling this June during America's anti-queer state of emergency. Yeah, I've actually been saying that it's Pride Month, but then July is Wrath Month. That's my vibe. Just a few years ago, it felt as though the lives of queer Americans were steadily improving. As recently as 2018, my primary concern was the success of LGBTQ plus rights movement wasn't reaching the most marginalized members of our community. It's different now. In 2023, we're consumed with discussions about hiding, fleeing, moving. We ask one another how bad it will get, how much time we have, and where we might go to be safe. For those of us currently not in danger, we ask how we can help people escape from parts of our own country where their daily lives are being criminalized, and why no one is doing anything. These conversations in the queer community are hinged with mourning for many. Many people we know won't make it. There isn't enough money or enough time. Even if we could somehow pluck every adult in need out of danger, queer people will continue to be born, trapped inside families in red states hostile to their very existence. A sense of shock and grief has permeated the root of our lives. A dawning that all we can do is blunt the worst of it for ourselves and for the people closest to us. Perhaps not even that. Random good news, by the way. A federal judge rejected a bill to ban trans healthcare for youth in Florida. Wait, really? Gosh. Well, thanks for the pick-me-up. Though, considering just how bad Florida is, it's still pretty bad. It's like a drop of water in the desert. As a journalist, I hear regularly from parents whose children's medical needs have been outlawed. They're asking themselves and each other what to do next, if it's possible to continue treatment, or if their children will face forcible detransition, whether it's safe to seek help out of state, and if they need to flee. I hear from friends in Florida who are organizing gray market networks to get refills of their medications because access to their needed prescriptions was cut off without any warning by religious zealots. For these same friends, it's also illegal to use public restrooms. We don't know how far all this will spread, but we know it will spread because nothing is stopping it. When I talk to these people, the primary emotion is palatable: despair. Many of us don't want to succumb to that. We want action, hope, progress again. But it's time we face the truth of what so many of us are feeling. And this is kind of part of the reason why we're so resistant to having our streams be like this cuddly nice place where we never talk about anything like, you know, harmful or like sad, you know? I mean, also because we couldn't keep up a front of like happiness or like the world or we're okay all the time. Sometimes we want to be able to vibe while sad. Sometimes we want to be able to enjoy ourselves while suicidal, you know? Like, distractions can be multifaceted and they don't have to just be, like, just a comfy, cozy place. Not to talk ill of comfy, cozy places. I'm a fan of comfy, cozy places, uh, quite extremely. My ass is in one. But I also understand the overwhelming amount of queer despair and just how hard it is to have optimism in this world right now. And it's why I am also so why we put so much focus on intersectionality, because there's overlapping forces. The moral panic is generally affecting everyone and not constructing, constricting, like gender presentation variability, you know. Aside from that, there's, inflation, there's like a big fight against unionization, even though there's just like a lot of different vocations trying to fight for unionization. There is a lot happening and a lot of people resisting in different ways, but things are getting harder for everyone. Homelessness is at a rise, like, I don't need to tell you all the bad things that are happening and the ice caps melting and shit, right? Like, I mean, chances are if you're watching the stream, you're sweating your balls off. If you have balls. No shade for ballless ones. We might be ballless one day. You never know. But we like duality, and we like to keep things in perspective. Though sometimes we do like to veg out. We just don't veg out that much on stream. If we veg out, we're probably just like trying to clear a boss fight or something. Automod is a butt. Ugh. Let me see. Automod, how could you? Oh wow, it literally was like, butt is a bad word. Fucking Christ. This 2016, when I start to realize things were gonna get dark. Real bad. Said Ryan Campbell. Campbell is a married cisgender gay man from California, one of the few half dozen people I talked about with the despair that's taken hold of queer communities. If people see it, they don't care. This naked fascist style aggression that is happening right now. You can't just. You have to fight this. Each of these conversations was different, but also in many ways the same. We all connected the loss of human rights for LGBTQ plus people in red states to a wider trend targeting women, the black community, immigrants, Jewish people, and people of color. Almost everyone mentioned the paralyzed inaction on climate change as feeling similar. But in this case, it's even more shocking, brazen and all-encompassing. Campbell stood out for his willingness to speak frankly about the shock of abandonment. Like me, he's been mostly troubled by the drawing realization that the mainstream seems to decide to just let this happen. Oh yeah, definitely. And it does really feel weird when you have people, like culture war right wing people talking about how like queer people control Hollywood and the media and shit. And it's just like quite the opposite. And just getting a foothold in representation, or more of a foothold in representation lately, is not a show for how many rights we have. It's a show of how public perception has changed and widened to accept us, yes, but insofar as capitalism allows us to be exploited. The snoot is booped. I try to hold on to the idea that hate burns hot, but it burns out, Campbell said. I think things will probably continue to get worse for a bit. This is a thing that will rise and fall, but in the meantime, people are getting hurt now. For A. Tony, a black non-binary lesbian, finding out that the mainstream didn't care was less of a shock to their system. They talked about feeling down by seeing scattered outrage wash through the mainstream, but then seemed to come to nothing. You try to get people to listen, and then you try to get people to listen, and then they listen to you, and they think that that's all they have to do. But that's only the first step. You have to act. You have to do something to make change, they said. If I could fix all this myself, I would, but it's dependent on so many people. For A. Tony, the despair they felt as a queer person is closely connected to despair over the deaths of Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown and the movement for Black Lives. These deaths sparked an uprising against police violence that was violently suppressed by brutal police riots and even more recently resulted in a vigilante backlash that is costing still more lives. I don't want to spend my life trying to convince people that I matter, A. Tony said. I'm still tired. You find whole new ways to be tired with the ways that people treat you. Yeah. Real. When I was a child in the late 80s, I remember first learning that being gay was something bad, understanding what gay meant well afterwards. Transgender didn't exist in my world growing up as that type of human being, but I saw that crude stereotype of a man in a dress as something to laugh at and as something frightening, a predator. As a trans person, my understanding of myself was crippled, distorted by confusion, doubt, shame, and self-hatred. As I came to accept myself, first as a queer person and then later as transgender, I came to hope that children wouldn't need to grow up like I had. There was a promise in the air that queer youth could be loved by their parents and valued by their communities and live openly. There was hope that difference didn't have to be seen as a danger or a sickness. The loss of that promise comes hard. It feels unimaginable, unacceptable. You want to caveat it and say it's not that bad. It is that bad. In Florida today, children are attending schools that ban any mention of people like me. We're living through the death of hope for a future where healthy, thriving queer youth are the norm, not the exception. And it is very painful. I remember there was a little bit in our early transition that we were really jealous of trans kids because we saw the world changing a little bit and was seeing that like there were young trans people that were able to socially transition and like live their truth and not be abused. And it was just like we were a little salty, but like a good salty, you know? And then the Fire Nation attacked, and I can't take it. I feel kind of I guess we feel kind of cosmically guilty, even though we know it's not our fault. It couldn't possibly be, right? But growing up queer now is gonna be even more tumultuous and even more dangerous, and that sucks. In a weird way too, because like with access to the internet, the visibility is outrageous. So like a lot of people are gonna be trapped in their homophobic and transphobic families until they can like get out of those spots. But as more destitution and stuff happens, people have to stay with their parents for longer and longer, which means it's gonna take people longer and longer to be able to come out, let alone find themselves, especially if they've been lied to all their life. The only thing I regret about when we were younger in terms of being queer was just not coming out sooner. We would have found our way eventually if we had just been brave enough to tell anyone. But it happens. The loss of that promise comes hard. It feels unimaginable, unacceptable. And you want to caveat it, say it's not that bad, but it is. In Florida today, children are attending schools that ban any mention of people like me, who are living through the death of hope for a future where healthy, thriving queer youth are the norm, not the exception. Tyler Cohen is the queer parent of a queer kid and an art educator who teaches the rich history of queer comics and helps students make their own. They said that despair is common for queer youth, and they see their role as trying to model hope during a time when hope is hard to come by. For the youth, for the teens, it's all on top of climate change, on top of rising fascism, on top of murders of black men by police, and the youth don't see adults taking action. And they're going from all that to literally being told you shouldn't exist. I had students say that they were despairing, having trouble making their work, and saying, "Why? Why make art in this time?" But this is exactly when it matters. I teach queer comics, and one of the tremendous values of that is these students getting the long view and sense of how we've been here before. This shittiness is not new, but neither is the persistence, the storytelling, the experience of people finding themselves, seeing themselves. There are all these types of media that people made for each other in the past, and that matters. And that's why they're trying to silence it. And I think that that's it's so important. And even if you don't consider yourself an artist, I'm imploring you to make queer art or try to expose more people you know to queer art, especially indie queer art. Especially stuff that wasn't made by a committee and had to get passed through a billion different filters. You know? Let's not pretend it'll fix everything. But, like, queer shit existing is good. I might even go as far as say it's praxis. I wish I wasn't raised Mormon. I probably would have found out I was queer much sooner if I wasn't so sheltered, since there were trans people in my school growing up. Damn, for real? I mean, our best friend was trans, but didn't feel safe telling us. And they didn't come out until after we came out to them. We didn't even know the word trans until we were 18 and in college. We've always been T for T, I guess, though. There were no trans people in my school, and I grew up in a Catholic. Issy, I totally understand the feeling. Luckily, although our family was generally Christian, they weren't very, like, engaged with it. They were just kind of, like, vaguely, not very seriously. It was kind of like a social obligation because, like, a lot of black culture has a lot of religiosity in it, especially for, like, Jeanettes and up. So there was a lot of, like, compulsionary church going early in our life, and then when we were old enough that, like, our parents were like, okay, the first part of your life where you're imprintable is over, so now I don't care. They just wanted us to get a foundation, I guess, you know, in the church that they didn't even strongly believe in. So cool and normal. Hate compulsory culture. I'm grateful to adults like Cohen who are suffering some shelter and comfort. Sorry, who are offering some shelter and comfort. I'm grateful to adults like Cohen who are offering some shelter and comfort to young people faced with with a foreshortening of their futures. My hopes for queer youth are so much more modest than they were 5 years ago. I hope some of them will have loving grown-ups in their lives to help navigate a time of violent backlash. I hope some families of trans youth in Texas, Missouri, Florida, and other states with caravans will get their kids out safely. I no longer imagine a world where no young person grows up hating and fearing themselves for who they are, but one where the lucky ones can serve as an example of what's possible, and as a beacon for the rest to run to. I've accepted further reenactments of a ritual queer adults have been forced into for generations, one of leaving homes and family behind to find somewhere they'll be accepted. I think about that puts that common queer touchstone, some would even call stereotype, into perspective, because usually I just think of queers being not loved, or being abused, or being kicked out, or what have you, by their like bio families. But thinking about like leaving where people know you just in general can be something that queer people strive to do, especially after coming out. And it's much easier to, when you're just meeting people in a new place, like the self that you present for them to accept it, as opposed to, seeing you over time, and then a major change happens, and then they're like, wait, what? This totally like changes my perception of you, like a total paradigm shift. And that's what a lot of people deal with when someone close to them transitions or comes out to them. And that kind of sucks. Although I think everyone deserves like a period to like, sit with it and consider it and understand it, um even if you as a trans person coming out to someone you love would love to have just immediate, like, not just acceptance, but like, oh, like, this is so great. I mean, I want that for everyone. But also, I recognize that big changes and changes that change your perception on people can be a lot and heavy. So I recognize that sometimes there's a paradigm shift and you have to get used to that. Not that doesn't mean that while you're like sitting with it, you get to be shitty to that person. Of course not. Associating queer with trauma is so common. I totally get that. Well, yeah, I'm trying to move away from that idea so much, especially because, well, I think that association is gonna be there for as long as I live, right? As long as we all live, there's probably gonna be an association with queerness and trauma. However, I feel like there's in the queer community such an overemphasis on it. Although honestly, as somewhat of a trauma whore myself, like in the media we like, even our comfort media, kind of hard to escape it sometimes. And maybe it's because we've been desensitized. Maybe it's because all the abuse that we suffered. I'm not sure, but we're never too far from something that could potentially trigger us on purpose. Last summer, in one of the lowest points of my personal despair, I considered learning a trade, then going stealth. I've written for Slate about stealth trans guys years ago, so I heard stories about what it's like to run into someone who once knew you as a girl and have them not recognize you, and of living with the pervasive fear that someone might find out your secret. A stealth trans life presents a one-sided bargain with transphobia. You agree not to be visible, and if anyone finds out, they're allowed to destroy you. One of my best friends lives in Missouri, and they've been worrying about whether they can even get health care. They're non-binary and feeling pushed into being either a man or a woman, said Lee Catron, who is non-binary and trans-masculine. Being a normative man socially is kind of a shit deal. No close friendships, no physical contact, no big emotions, Catron said. I can't help agreeing. Straight gender binaries hurt everyone. For the far right, punishing gender nonconforming people isn't the main point. The point is to scare the mainstream into compliance by making an example of the most visible and marginalized examples of gender nonconformity. I mean, my mind immediately flashes to, I don't know where it was. It wasn't a super southern state, I don't think. It wasn't a deep south state. But there was a state where there was a graduation, and they forced a trans girl to, no, they forced a cis girl to wear a skirt when she wanted to wear pants, and I believe a trans mass person. It had to be the other way around because it was one person who was forced to wear femme clothes and one person who was forced to wear mask clothes. So it might have been a trans femme. It was ridiculous. I believe both people decided not to walk their stage. which sucks. It's like a high school graduation missing out on that like critical part of like that rite of passage. Despicable. While I was nebulously young, I was shown pictures of Iran before the revolution, with women walking around free and uncovered, and my conclusion was, this is a place like the US, said Emma, a bisexual trans woman. There's no reason why what happened there can't happen here. It can be both paralyzing and motivating at different times. Despair can be freeing in some cases. It's a sort of abandoning it. Emma and I talked about the ways in which you can allow despair into your life without destroying yourself. After you let go of the idea that you can stop what's coming or that you can protect yourself, what's left? You can still choose to defy evil for defiance sake, without worrying whether you'll be effective or anyone will listen. You can still challenge yourself to remain unbowed as long as possible. What does a life of defiance look like? I also talked with Chris Kerseling, a married cis gay man who moved to East Village in 1979 when they were 20. Kerseling has come to prefer they-them pronouns as a signal of visibility and solidarity with the trans community. Oh, yeah, I'll say this. You're allowed to use any pronouns you want. I don't care if you're trans or cis. Change your pronouns if you want. That's so cool. This is the second time I've ever heard of a cis person using they-them pronouns for a reason like that, and I'm totally behind it. It's like a weird mass trauma bond because almost every queer person, yeah, and I mean, like, I would say there's some amount of abandonment for a lot of queer people, even queer people who have supportive families, maybe a job or a friend, you know? So there's definitely like a sense of loss. Oh, Fluffbite, my SSA told me a woman at the YMCA about me, and now I'm being offered a job that pays $25 an hour. I can't remember what it's called, but it involves working with trans kids to help them be happy with their own body. Damn, that sounds pretty cool. I hope you can get it. That sounds really amazing for you. Some upward mobility. It's nice to get some good news. They have to isolate us from each other in order to keep us down, Kerseling said. My coming out story was looking at the section on homosexuality in the card catalog. It was well thumbed in the evidence of other people having been through this before me. I was alone, but it showed me that I wasn't alone in an absolute sense. I was the only gay person in my high school. Until my high school boyfriend. The only one in college. Until I decided, let's have a gay discussion group. Yeah. Sometimes you meet people and they see one of your markers. Oh, that's another thing. You don't have to literally be head to toe in gay swag to like catch the attention of queer people in public. There's a perfect time to bring back like hanky code shit, honestly. During 1990s, Kerseling maintained a list of men in their life who died of AIDS. Cohen teaches young people to make comics. Katrin makes crafts. Most recently, stickers with a skull saying trans rights. With the proceeds going to a Rainbow Railroad. Last October, I started a daily website monitoring and fast-checking anti-trans propaganda. These acts of visibility and defiance aren't done with the expectation that we can prevent the GOP agenda from destroying good people's lives out of malice and cruelty. That's already baked in, already happening. Our role now is to describe the harm we're seeing without shying away or putting a happy smiling face on it. To provide a record and beacon for those attempting to escape political oppression in their country and beyond. And to be there for one another. I first had the idea to write a piece about despair more than a year ago. Let me leave you with the knowledge that none of this was unexpected. For many in the queer community, we've moved well past the point of fearing something might happen, and on to figuring out how we're going to live through this. Our despair is grounded in grim acceptance and practicality. We are learning that life goes on after you accept the fact that no help is coming, and you've been left alone to defy, or defend, or escape. Or just bear witness.
So boy moding. That's part of queer despair, so we're gonna talk about boy moding now. But before that, yeah, I know that was a somber place to end that article, you know? Um, and I know a lot of people, even before the new wave of anti-trans legislation, were kind of doomer about their life as trans people, and I think that that's multi-layered. Oh, please tell me about boy moding. I don't get it at all. Okay, so fucking Christ. So, boy moding is generally a term for a trans femme who is dressing like a boy, generally to hide a transition. Maybe she's doing it because she started taking hormones and she doesn't want her family or her job to notice. Um, Maybe she's not ready to come out to people, but she's been experimenting with different things. Maybe she's closeted and only wears like femme undergarments, but still wears like normal mask or boy clothes. There is a whole iceberg of boy moding shit, and someone's gonna have to pay me before I do an essay on that shit, cause that is psychic damage. Though I have already gone deep enough to know that it is there's a lot there, and a lot of it is like fucking toxic 4chan shit. So that's also why I'm like, nah, you gotta pay me before I do an essay on something like that. However, there's sort of a over an overreach or hyperbolism of boy motor, because before, at least how we understood it, there was a practical the boy moding was a practical application or behavior. We associate it a lot with, you know, like being in unsafe environments, like being around family, you know, stuff like that. Particularly, boy moders are folks who have already understood themselves to be trans. An egg is different. That's for another day. But understand that boy moders are, in the meme sense, not just trans femmes who dress like boys for, say, safety, or maybe even waiting till like they have effects and feel like they can present femme more comfortably. Generally, on the internet, when someone is being referred to as a boy motor, especially in memes, and especially when the person themselves is not calling themselves a boy motor or saying they are boy moding, because boy moding as a verb can still be generally seen as, yeah, I'm just pretending to be a boy in public because, like, doing femme stuff is too much right now, or it's unsafe right now, or I don't feel like it right now. But generally, when you see it in internet trans circles, as like a type of person, it is a doomer trans girl who, despite passing or having lots of feminine traits just in general, still not only dresses like a boy, even in private, but also is thought of to be delusional in thinking she doesn't pass. Now, I think that that definition is a moving target, but when a lot of people talk about boy motors in a negative way, that's generally what they're talking about. When someone's using boy motor as an insult, it's kind of like you're being self-hating even though, like, you're cute or whatever. There's lots of memes on the internet talking about how like boy motors are like are so wrapped up in dysphoria that they can't see like how feminine they are. That is also why generally boy motors are represented with a very femme looking girl in a hoodie Although the hoodie is generally like the boy motor uniform, regardless of what else the boy motor has on. Generally, a black hoodie, will distinguish a boy motor from just a girl with a hoodie. Oh, so what I'll be in a year or two, LMAO. I haven't talked to my big bro for almost a fucking year because he forces me to wear mask clothes around my nephews, even though I've made it clear to him I don't like it. That's fucked up. It's almost like they don't want you to influence them and let them and like expose your nephews to trans people. I'd be concerned about that. And fucking angry, as you already are. And that's another reason for having to boy mode if you have family. Like, we knew that if we went to like family members' funerals after transitioning, it would be the most advantageous to dress masculinely, or at the very least wear pants. But it's just like, I just rather not go when given that choice. We hate repression, and we had to repress ourselves in so many ways growing up, just like in the ways that we dressed, or we were forcibly repressed, you know. As lots of especially AMAD people with gender variant ideals or ways of existing are, you know, and it sucked. So for us, it's hard to like boy mode. We were boy moding a little bit after our divorce, but I mean, it was after a divorce. You had to give us a pass on that one. Um, we'll probably talk about that time at some point, but that was when we were the most like needy streamer overload, when it's just like I have bags under my eyes and I'm super depressed all the time, and but turns on stream, oh hello. You know, and we got out of that pretty quickly. um though some part remains, I suppose. um there are a lot of people who've like kind of reclaimed boy motor in a way of like kind of playing with it, but generally folks who identify as boy motors are kind of, or partially being facetious, but a lot do have some negative like negative ways they think about themselves. And generally I would say a lot of it comes from like insecurity, but I also understand that because dysphoria is not nice and does not work on facts. So like, even if someone does pass or generally pass or whatever, they could still boy mode because they don't believe that they pass, because they're focusing on all the like the little things, you know. And I think that when society is less militant about gender variation, especially for what like boys and men and people assume to be boys and men can wear, um and it's not moral panicable, that like there'll be a lot less of that issue. I've seen certain sorts of conversations in trans spaces talk about how like asking a general question of how do you think a dysphoria would be if we lived in a culture that did not focus on certain attributes for presumably men and women, and there was a lot more freedom. Like, if having large hands wasn't considered a masculine thing, then would it be as dysphoric for you? For some people, it would be, yeah, I think it would be the same, or it would be less, but it will still be there. And there are some people who would be like, oh yeah, of course. And I think people who are more like agender can probably identify with that idea more, where it's just like they don't see a reason to, how do I put this? Agender people are already operating in a space where gender norms and stuff aren't necessarily acting on them, or at least not acting on them in the same ways that they would act on, say, anyone who's not agender, or like omnigender or something. So like it's understandable that, especially based on like where you live or how you grew up or what body parts there was a lot of focus on for you, like growing up or even after transition has started. It totally makes sense that some people might be neurotic or just overly critical to themselves and if they pass. And I mean, there is a lot of hug boxing in trans community where a lot of people are overly nice and will tell you you look beautiful even when they don't think you do. But I also think there should be a delineation between passing and attractiveness, because just because you don't pass doesn't mean you're not attractive. Obviously, we've never shown our face, but we know certain things to be generally true based on our experiences, especially with hindsight. That as a if we are assumed to be femme, we get treated generally even more nice. But even when folks see us as mask, they tend to treat us somewhat nice. We do think we might benefit from a bit of lookism, but we, and especially Scribble, will die on the hill that we do not pass, but that we are physically quote unquote attractive. And that's one of the things that's kind of hard to gauge, especially for us who, you know, are grade A slash demi, so we don't really have such an attraction towards people unless we, have a strong emotional bond with them, and maybe not even then. It's kind of a toss up, right? So, with that consideration, it's kind of weird to like look at our own body and say like yes or no, but like when you're autistic and you go over like a bunch of notes for in your head about like what things amount to a certain behavior or a certain identity or whatever, it's very easy to go, oh yeah, this has all the characteristics. I lost myself a little bit there, but I do, I do have a lot more empathy for boy motors than I think a lot of people in the trans community sometimes do, unless they are themselves boy motors. Though some people are just doing it for like kind of a joke. Though because of was it Reddit's transport TTTT and the kind of toxic kind of self-flagellatory trans culture that exists there, there's an inherently toxic part to boy motor culture, and we do not consider ourselves a boy motor. We've boy moded, but we've never identified very strongly with it. Oh, that's where I had lost myself. It was like, I can't really emotionally see our body as attractive, but I can look at the list of things that apparently are attractive for someone assumed to be masked, and it's like, oh yeah, those are those things. I may be a tomboy, but I still prefer my goddamn femme clothes. You can be a femi tomboy. There's futch. There's so many futch. And there's soft, there's soft butch, and there's all sorts of different ways for a girl to be like mask or androgynous. Also, as a reference to the whole like 4chan board history, that's why I am introducing the idea of boy motors with this green tats meme. It's been 3 days since I hit my boy motors blage for spilling Monstra Zero Ultra on my desk, very near my 40% keeb. I have no idea what that means. Also, it wasn't until today that when we were looking at boy motor memes, we noticed that there are certain memes that talk about boy motors as if they're pets. That's like my boy motor, as opposed to like my snake or my dog or my kitty. You know, that's a little dehumanizing, but it also can be kind of cute. Okay, so it is really hard to think of boy motors in a negative light sometimes for us because of this really good song that I hope nothing happens to me for playing.
Well, I don't wanna be a problem, but I feel uncomfortable being here on my own. I think I need someone to talk to, but I'm all alone and I don't wanna see any friends. I can't let them see me like this. Don't know how they will react finding me on the phone. I guess I'm fine being in boy mode, but when I'm sad in my room, I guess I'll pop another pill. Well, I don't wanna deal with problems, so I'll shove it in the closet with a skeleton behind the door and only open if I need to. Like whenever that is, and never tell another person again, cause I think that would be a problem. Like if all of them knew, I'd never show myself here again, and only pop up on occasion, on a cloudier day, when it's difficult to see my face. But I don't wanna be a problem, problems piling up, my mood is up, down, tying me up, I'm in my boy mode, dying inside, I'm in my boy mode, well I don't wanna be a...
Okay, you get the idea. When we think about the lyrics to this, it really hits, and it's not just a boy motor thing. I think that this song speaks to a type of trans experience a lot, especially for folks who are not used to, or just never got accustomed to, or just not comfortable with confrontation. There are plenty of trans people who push back against misgendering, especially if they feel like they pass or they put a considerable amount of effort into presenting. For us in particular, if we're in a dress and someone like sirs us or something, then we generally are going to not be fuming, but we're more likely to be like visibly annoyed than if we're like wearing pants for any reason, right? Or if we have like our most visible bra on with a tight shirt or something, you know? It's just like, oh, really? I was like, you're gonna focus on everything else with my huge boobs. They're filled with tissue. How dare you? You know? But especially when we were early in transition, we were really timid. And actually, we don't really correct people as much now, but not because of timidity, but also because some fights aren't worth it, or some altercations aren't worth it, especially if I'm never going to see that person again. But sometimes it's just like a bad day and you really don't want to deal with it, or you really aren't having it. So like we've certainly had bad days where we put a lot of stank behind she, or I'm not a man, or something like that. I don't know. We don't usually say it like Emperor Palpatine or anything. It's just that's how we feel. We feel the Emperor Palpatine in our heart. But just even that one line, I don't want to be a problem. It's so indicative of a lot of stuff you'll see in like boy motor meme type stuff. There's even this one. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to look for it right now, but I wish I had thought to bring it up earlier. But there's this one like green text meme that's talking about how this girl is boy moding at like her job, and she had to do like some sort of like office presentation or something, and they clocked her, like her boss and other coworkers had clocked her, and had been like, oh, you're trans. Oh, right? You're trans, right? Like, what are your pronouns? And, like being really, really accepting. And it and made her really uncomfortable. And then when they sit her down in her like new cubicle or whatever, like they put her like in an all femme section of the office, and the femmes ask her why she's dressing like that. And there's hard to know when memes like this are like true or not, but it definitely speaks to the experience or like the vibe that boy motors have garnered on the internet of like being nervous or not feeling okay even when they're obviously in a positive space, when they're obviously in a safe space or something like that. So I do think a lot of like angst towards boy motors comes from a feeling of resentment, of a feeling of someone squandering their ability to pass, or at the very least, bitching about how they don't pass all the time, when at the very least they pass more than you. Which, for us, we've gotten a decent hold on, but for us, it's not so much about our, like, it's more about the gap for us, because of course most of the trans folks we know are white, and we think that because of, you know, colonialism and racism, it is much easier for a white person to either pass or to not be given as much pushback as a visibly trans person. And we do feel salty about that, but we don't like complaining about a marginalized person being safe, even if they are safer than us, because that doesn't build bridges. And we like solidarity and we like intersectionality. What we don't like is people who don't want to participate in the queer community, who don't want to be a part of it, who want to like meld into the background. You know, your Blair Whites and such. But I guess there's even that invisibility aspect, like someone who's just gonna live their entire life as cis and just go, well, I guess I have mine. I mean, fuck you got mine is like such a prevalent conversation, especially with the rise of like, you know, white queer like feminism acceptability, you know? And even in one of those articles mentioning that there was a point where the speaker was not so much worried about queer rights, but that queer rights weren't being shared or doled out to more marginalized members of the community. And that's generally been a thing all throughout history in terms of intersectionality and fighting for marginalized rights. Sometimes there have been like splinters, like with the suffragettes, of being like throwing black women under the bus so white women can get the vote, for example. And those things suck. And I don't want to equate someone who is trans and is stealth and is just like, I just want to keep my head down, as doing something like that. But especially when we read that article forever ago about like the trans woman who's an assimilationist, but like, or I should say, she feels like an assimilationist. She has assimilated. She moves through the world physically as if she was a cis woman, though she's a known public figure. So in her online life, she is known as trans. So there's a double-sidedness to it, a duality that when we read the article, I don't think we fully examined. I think Fantasia was the one who was reading it and was very much up in arms about just the generalness of the concept, especially because that speaker even talked about like seeing another trans person who did not pass getting harassed on a train and not speaking up because speaking up could expose her. And she's like, you know, like that the article we read earlier talking about like the deal you make with transphobia. If someone finds out, they can destroy you. And when you're insulated like that, it can be harder to help other people. But I think that any way that you can try is nice. Like if someone is, sorry, I shouldn't say nice, is preferable to just being invisible and not doing anything. Like I said, donating time,
or something can be useful, like doing some emotional labor for a queer person. Like when we are more emotionally stable, we plan to maybe try to do some like hotline work, you know. It's usually volunteer stuff, so we don't expect to get paid and generally aren't looking for that, but just want to use our expertise, knowing how hard life we've had and having seen and talked to so many other queer and neurodivergent people who've struggled, having some amount of meat on our bones in terms of wisdom in that regard. And that's what I mean, finding ways to get back to your community. Not all of it has to be the same, not all of it has to be monetary, you know, not all of it even has to be in person. But when you just throw your hands up in the air and go, well, at least I'm safe, then it does feel weird. Especially when you're particularly, when you have some particular privilege. I mean, I do have to admit, our privilege, we do have to admit our privilege as well. Like, we may be disabled, but we do have a partner who, like, feeds and houses us. And that goes a long way towards us being able to, you know, do work and try to get the rest of our bills paid and just kind of try to do our art even if it doesn't make money. And that's super useful. And super amazing, and lets us express ourselves and help other queer people, even if it's only a little bit, like we are now. My tummy hurts during Pride months? Shaking my head. I can't believe this. That's so homophobic. If it's on 4chan, the memes are never true. I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Specky. Not that I'm like a 4chan aficionado, though I have been there. I mean, a meme doesn't necessarily have to be true strictly, but it can be over exaggerated. Okay, that's just the YouTube channel of the person who did that. I like this meme. I thought it was hello. I got seesawed. Sorry, just I wanted to give a boy motor a chance to defend themselves and explain themselves, I suppose. So we found this green text that isn't super self-flagellatory and, you know, just a person saying what they feel. I still boy mode because I'm shy and self-conscious in the streets, and I wear girls' panties and girls' jeans. I wear girls' tops under my hoodie, and I wear mascara and eyeliner and black nail polish because you can get away with all that, and people won't think you're too weird like a goth or something. But I always get gender as a girl by strangers anyway, which is nice. But you know I'm going to bed for real. I'm super sleepy. Good night. Sometimes you just vibing, and sometimes you know all you know is that you know you're a girl, and that's all you need. Yes, Snack is there. Is Snack there? I'd like to get an objective opinion on how cute your face is. Is our face cute? We've been telling chat that we don't pass, but that we are attractive. Make a good twink. One day we'll have a Sona that is kind of like how we look, and then we'll be like, look how pretty I am as a cartoon character. Okay, so that's all I have to say about boy motors. Treat them right. Also, we do have this idea in our head for an erotic short story about like kind of like definitely boy motors, like boy motor, like a house of boy motors, and like when they come home they like, you know, shed the boy moding stuff, and kind of also like an egg cracking facility in a way. Not exactly force film, but like
uh encouraged film, something like that. We got caught up in the idea of like a house of like girls in their underwear, kind of like the that thing that was on Vice, I think, about like the cat chateau is a bunch of like cat pet play girls who all lived in one house and acted like cats all day and did like cam stuff for work. But instead it's like, you know, like a queer like refuge enclave place, and it's like, oh, do you want, like, oh, I found a boy motor in public, or someone who's like an egg and at the edge of cracking, you give them a card and they go to the special address and they meet a bunch of people they think are dudes, and as soon as they like change out of their boy mode clothes, it's like, how could I ever have thought these were boys? And then they have clothes picked out just for you, perfect size somehow. Also, there is a certain amount of euphoria that we do remember from wearing like boy clothes, but like having feminine undergarments. Um, Especially when we first started working. Ah! How dare you seesaw me? Right. There is a certain amount of euphoria from wearing like feminine undergarments. We remember when we were just starting in our transition, because there was no difference at our workplace in terms of girls and boys uniforms, other than the fact that girls could wear like hair pieces. Our uniform didn't change. It was like slacks and a polo shirt. It was a movie theater. But when we started having a bra and had visible boobs showing under our shirt, it definitely felt different. And I mean, it felt weird at the time to like be wearing like boxers or something. Although we still wear like boxer briefs from time to time, but mostly briefs, cause you know we don't like having grown up underwear. But it was definitely a morale boost to just know that we had our own little secret, you know? And it can get you through a lot. So I definitely, and that's definitely one of those things that I also encourage the people who are in like queer despair, in terms, even if you're not necessarily trans, where it's like you can't dress the way you want or you feel like you can't express yourself, treat yourself to some like undergarments that are gender euphoric to you, or maybe like a piece of jewelry that you can have under your clothes, or something that is more like not gender specific, but something you wouldn't usually wear, or something that's, I guess, androgynous, but has more connotations with the gender that you are than the gender that people assume you to be. Basically, I'm saying like small things to, like remind yourself of your gender, your own little secret. Um, it might not help a lot, but it might help. Okay, last thing. And this one is particularly interesting because, as opposed to just talking about queer despair anymore, I want to talk about making art and being unapologetic about the art you make. So, we're gonna read an essay. It was from the Queer Games Bundle 2023, Pay What You Want edition. This is Good Writers Are Perverts. You'll see why I had this, why we decided to have this today. Good writers are perverts. Oh wait. Ugh. Ugh. You don't have to be a writer to be a pervert, though. Just so you know.
Alright. Good writers are perverts. I mean that in the act of visualizing a thing they want and turning it into reality is ultimately made better, more viscerally effective when the writer is an out and out pervert. When they can see like, wow, this dude cares a little too much about the subject matter. And in that intensity we get hyper reality. As all fiction is, even realistic fiction bends the nature of true life to remove the worst bits and intensify the bits we get off to. There's a running joke for like Quentin Tarantino or other big name film directors where it's like, oh, ha ha ha, isn't it wacky that directors got a foot fetish and you can freeze frame a particular shot where the heroine's feet are bare or whatever and be like, LMAO, foot pervert. Yeah, or like when you're watching Totally Spies and it's like, oh, the author's barely disguised fetish. But this is good. Watching a film or reading a book or playing a game that is fundamentally This is good. Watching a film, reading a book, playing a game is fundamentally watching someone's self-gratification. And if the creator isn't true to themselves, isn't honest, pulls their punches, or couches it in irony or haha, isn't this wacky, then it fucking sucks. The passions that drive hyperreal representation of a creator's fetish, whether it's showing hog, feet, or a composite of many things, they're the same thing that makes media feel close to the bone and powerful. That raw honesty of like, yeah, I'm into this. I care an unnatural amount about this subject matter. Join me. Makes for something good. Hey, it's a tweet. Showing the hog in a film doesn't make it good. It's just that the same passions that drive the showing of hog also are the same passions that produce good cinema. Nice. It's fun to recognize when that's the case, too. There's another joke about identifying a creator's fetish. Favorite kind of entertainment, when some fetish artists try to draw casual, non-fetish stuff, but you can still see really clearly what fetish stuff they actually draw like. I think there's a lot of small indie games that have this sort of spot the author's fetish element in it that it tends to be A, subject matter, B, the element of the game that is most comprehensively, lovingly made with everything else in support. A game with bare bones images and basic music but engaging gameplay. A gorgeous UI supported with merely functional plot and mechanics. An intricate, mysterious world building with stolen music and plain art. I think some people are basically coming around to this, like greater comfort in owning up to being a pervert about something. Shout out Domino Club. Yes! Yes! Perverts. Sickos. Sorry. I think this also kind of fundamentally has to do with that whole thing about like being earnest and being authentic is sometimes seen as like, you know, lame and cringe and stuff like that. And by claiming your cringe, by not being controlled by it, by letting your sicko-ness run wild, you can create something amazing. I mean, we've definitely experienced that this year. Shit, one of our favorite anime this year is Gushing Over Magical Girls, which is so fucking sick. The artist, the creator, total pervert. Love that shit. Like, oh my god. Very good, very good. And I like this way of looking at art, especially art that maybe isn't as polished, and really seeing it for what the creator loves in it. You know? Being sickos about that sort of thing, where the sickos is the meme of a pervert looking into something that excites him, and the author is sickos about a subject, and indulges himself. The audience are sickos about his indulgence, self-recognition via the other. Yeah, haha. Sweat really is that hot. Thanks for putting it into disgustingly indulgent words so I can see what you see. You know what artist I think is a total pervert, even though they don't always write about like sexual things? Although he does actually write about sexual things quite a lot. Stephen King. I know people who do not read Stephen King. I know people who literally not read Stephen King because he sometimes takes excruciatingly long, like 2 or 3 pages, to describe like a feeling or a specific moment, and we love that. Like, we fell in love with Stephen King as a kid.
as a kid, which honestly, good job. Good job. I wonder if Stephen King books are banned from libraries so the children can't look at them. I think we were like 14 when we read Gerald's Game. That fucked us up. Still have nightmares about that one. I think when writers are afraid to be perverts, then they make bad work. They make the work they can't stand by its. They make work they can't stand by itself, collapsing on interrogation or challenge, or too many contrasting or unconfident voices have averaged out to a sort of perversion of the comms, indulging only the safest and most unoffensible fetishes to render on screen. Yeah, like people hold back their art all the time. People feel like they can't get away with a certain thing. Shit, think of even something like the Owl House or Steven Universe. There's so much pressure not to display queer things or display queer things with like, an air of deniability. But no. And I think that something we've been thinking about a lot lately was this concept of being undeniable. That is, regardless of how weird or niche or gross you are, doing such good work that even people who hate you, cannot deny that you are an important voice in the space. If you literally become the person who's the go-to for fucking underwater basket weaving content, it doesn't matter. Literally, people who hate you will have to acknowledge you, especially in the underwater basket weaving world. So, my point is, being a pervert does have its benefits in art. But it does take risk. I mean, almost anything worth doing does have some amount of risk involved, right? Because when art displays the common fetishes of heterosexual matrimony, fast cars, and big guns, and big but not gargantuan breasts, laboring under capitalism, even such apparently inoffensive things such as Tesla's wholesome romanticism, perfect bodies that refuse to fuck, a prioritizing of soft ooh safety under any kind of flavor, these absolutely are fetishes. Every day you are smothered in the common perversions of so much of society. Endless generic creators indulging their endless generic fetishes while denying that they are in any sort of way perverts. To pervert is to lead away from what is considered natural or acceptable, and fetish is a form of sexual desire linked in an abnormal degree to a particular object, behavior, or context. This implies that there are normal, reasonable, and measured ways to like things, acceptable behaviors, and any deeper interest in a topic, whether it is sexual or not, is unnatural. We live through the "it's uncool to like things" era, which, with its deep, detached irony and painful lack of wholesome enjoyment, while all the sickos were happily making their fucked up art and being called perverts or geeks or otaku for it. But you're kidding yourself if you think normal, reasonable, measured people who carefully toe the line of not being into something too much make art that is enjoyable in any way. At least it is inoffensive and forgettable. At worst, it is bland to the point of pain. Oppressive blanket of normality that will utterly fail to remember and will never keep you awake at night. Real. I know it really hurt Scribble when that person was like stream sniping us and like trying to like, metaphorically tear us down and say all the things we were doing wrong and like how we're morally bad or whatever. The fact that we struck that sort of reaction just by existing is actually super informative of the influence that we have just by existing. And we want to continue to exist. Not just like live, but also do this. But to be honest, we have towed the line.
We're trying to learn to do it less and less, though. There's a difference between repression and restraint, I think. Successful and critically acclaimed mainstream creators, directors like Tarantino or Van Hoven or Carpenter or Cronenberg, writers like Joyce or Wilde or Murakami, game developers like Taro or Suda51 or Kojima, they're all sickos in multiple ways that play out throughout their work, and that rules. Do you think that they would have anywhere near successful if their self-accepting drive to indulge perversions were tempered down by insecurity or effort to remain normal? I'm posting this from the Domino Club account because I feel like, as a team of game dev sickos, it's most representative of what I think is good attitude to making games. Creators in various states of unhingedness and a sort of raw, indulgent, yes, I am into this, and here is my game about it, delivery, whether in a sexual way or else a perversion for non-sexual topics and themes. Honestly, I'm kind of ruined on other games by it. Making stuff as part of Domino Club has been a gradual realignment and commitment to being a game dev sicko. That's the outcome of this manifesto. Keep being a writer pervert and challenging the stuff I'm slightly into. Not pulling punches, but going, yeah, this rules, am I right? Yes, yes. Is that, I think that's it. Moe, Travis touchdown, no more heroes. I see. Yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, that was important for us to talk about because I want to encourage people, especially if you're in a place where you can't be as open, where you can't express yourself as much, if you're in a situation where you can't materially help other people really, maybe you're emotionally burnt out and you can't really like hold space for someone else emotionally, try to make a little bit of art. Try to express yourself that way. And if you feel up to it, maybe try to share it. I mean, shit, you could share it in Discord, in our Discord. At the very least, you don't have to share it with like the whole wide world. You don't have to put it on YouTube, you know. But art is communication, and art is special. Think about all the people who, jokingly but often earnestly, talk about the first time they saw something queer or something perverted in a way that really spoke to them, and it stayed with them for the rest of their lives. And a lot of people joke that, like, you know, this crush I had on this cartoon character made me a furry, or gay, or you know, what have you. But the reason why representation, or like the visibility of marginalized folks in fiction has been, or just in media in general, has been such a big deal, and you know, one of the prominent features of the culture war is because folks, generally all folks, recognize the power of stories. They shape our imaginations, they inspire us, they give us context for different ways of being, they expose us to different types of thought. It's amazing, and it's one of the most interesting and all-consuming types of communication that can exist, I think. And I think that in this time where there's a lot of queer despair, there's a lot of benefit in trying to inspire others and trying to leave the world a little bit better than you're leaving it. And I know that we've even already mentioned, like through the articles and stuff, that like not everyone's gonna survive what's coming. More people, I mean, shit, more people are still dying from COVID. Like, there's a lot of reasons to be scared. There's a lot of reasons to despair. But there are reasons to keep holding on. And some of those are people. And some of those are things. But it's best when those things are together. The original topic, or the original way that this this discussion was supposed to go was talking about a different streamer. It was going to be reacting to a different streamer's video about the phrase death versus detransition, or say death over detransition, which has been a common rallying cry across the trans community since there's been so much anti-trans legislation. And when we checked that video this afternoon, the video was privated, and the trans YouTuber who made it actually released a video saying that they were stepping away from political content because they felt like they weren't really making a difference. And they're much bigger than us, and that made us feel really, really sad. But in brief, their message was just that for people who are meaning it or normalizing it in a sense of like suicide before detransition, that they should rethink like publicly promoting that, because it'll give like people in dire straits and younger trans folks that have a lot of like repression to have to live through before they get to be free, if they get to like express themselves anytime soon or in their adulthood or in their early adulthood, that it's not helping those people. Though I think overwhelmingly most people rallying over the cry of death over detransition are not that, are not being doomers, are generally going death over detransition, but not my death. Essentially, like, people are fighting back. We actually saw a lot of people posing with guns, like trans people posing with guns, like threads of them, when looking it up on Blue Sky. And it made us think about a different thing we wanted to think about in terms of this rallying cry, and something we've touched upon earlier, that sense of powerlessness. There's a lot of people who don't own a gun. There's a lot of people who don't feel that it is safe for them to own a gun. There's a lot of people who feel like they'll be under extra scrutiny if they do try to purchase a gun, or they might go through a lot of issues legally or bureaucratically, or you might live in a state that's not very good on gun or sorry, is quite good on gun control, maybe too good. Especially when it comes to minorities. There's a lot of hoops that certain minorities have to jump between, or, bias that people who are in gatekeeping places of power hold over people and have plausible deniability for. So there's a lot of different ways that a person may not have access to a gun, or may not be able to readily defend themselves. And that leaves a lot of people out. So it's not really a rallying cry that feels very resonant to us, personally. But we recognize the power of resistance, and we hope more people resist. The other thing that YouTuber talked about that I do want to touch on is the idea of despair, and the idea of, if I can't transition or I lose my access to transition, then it's all over. And speaking as someone who had to go without hormones for a set amount of time, not knowing how long it was going to be, and after looking into DIY HRT realized that she couldn't afford it, is a very important message to hear, to be reminded that trans people have existed before the modern advents of HRT and like gender confirmation surgery. And so being reminded of that, being reminded that someone can live a fulfilling life, and not in a you can just be, or you can just social transition. That's what some people told us, where it's like, you can social transition, why you have to medical transition? Or people being like, oh, you can be a feminine boy, or you can be a masculine girl, why you have to transition? Like, not from that perspective. But there are a lot of people who don't have access to hormones for, legal reasons. There's people who can't transition for medical reasons, even just hormones, not surgery. Shit, there's even like gatekeeping. If your BMI is too high, you can't. A lot of doctors won't let you get top surgery because they believe it's unhealthy for you, even though BMI is a shitty metric for like physical health in general. So because there are a lot of people with complicated issues, some people may feel a little bit insulted at the proposition of them being trans or their life being worth less without being able to transition. And that says a lot to people who are closeted too. So when people are internalizing death before detransition in a doomery, like, boy motory way, then it definitely has a negative effect on the like queer community, especially local queer community. And when I say local, I don't just mean like the queers around where you live. I also mean your friend groups. And that doesn't mean that you need to act happy or you need to pretend that you're okay without the things that you want for your transition. Not at all. But when you hate on yourself for things that your friends have in common with you, then it does psychic AoE damage. And we want to avoid that if we can and reinforce others if we can. Or it gives folks, like emotional support. And that's why we try to, have a community, talk to people on Discord, have community nights, have a place where people can vent, that sort of thing. Because even if there's not a physical material difference that can be made, community can make all the difference. And even in places where you might have to hide, whether that be stealth or whether that be I guess boy moding or girl moding, seeing the testimony from folks who lived in the South or live in the South and are queer and are making a life for themselves or trying to, especially if you're in a place that's not as dangerous as a Florida or a Tennessee, it might be very beneficial if you're feeling isolated or lonely or invalid to seek community, because hopefully you'll get supported. I mean, very recently we went to a clothing exchange, a clothing swap. And there was a bunch of queer people there, and we brought some of our clothes. And it was one of the few times that we've ever brought clothes to a clothing swap, which was really nice because when we first started transition, we didn't have any clothes that we could, wear that affirmed us. So we had to start getting those, and that's expensive. And there are plenty of people who go years into transition without having an ability to swap their wardrobe, and they just have to make do. And that's why thrifting and clothing swaps are so popular in queer and like marginalized and like punkish communities. And it is very queer coded, and it felt really nice to be taking our first binder there and hoping that it helps someone feel valid. We still wear binders, it's just that one got too small. Weight distribution, bigger boobies, that sort of thing. Still trying to figure out if we can be here. Hey, Sonny. Glad to see you. Well, we're about to go on break now, actually. We're at the very end of talking about queer despair and doomerism. And I know that it's a rough topic. But it's still good to see it. And I'm proud of it for trying. We generally wanted to talk about queer despair and doomerism because we want to give hope to people that we know might not have a lot of it. And we've been in sort of hopelessy places. And we also recognize how hard it is right now, and we have plenty of friends who are struggling. We see so many like crowd funds on every social media site, and of course we have our own spot in our own Discord server where people can like signal boost their own stuff or their friends' stuff that they're struggling with. And like there's a lot of people hurting, and that's why it's hard for us to want to look away for long, because we want to be informed, especially when we can take that emotional load. But everyone has their own limits and should respect those limits and do their best to be good to themselves and to others. We're all stronger together, I think. Again, all the articles and stuff we covered and the videos, or the video, they should all be in the YouTube description for the live version, or of the YouTube, the VOD for this video. Thank you for tolerating such a heavy topic. We don't know if we're gonna survive this month, so it's fun, but it's about all we'll say about it. I feel that. I know someone who's in a similar situation right now too. I hope y'all can both make it through it. Rooting for you. And you're welcome. Yeah, I will have a good break. I need to heal my neck. It's been stuck at a looking up angle for way too long. Especially with all the reading. This will probably be a long break, so I understand. See you soon.
Yeah, I figured that's what you would do. I can't say I approve of you heading out alone, though.
At least say something before you go. After all, we're supposed to be friends, right?
ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A good person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
the people around me were, what they wanted, or what they were trying to do. I had no idea.
Alright. We're gonna be streaming for a while now. I took a nap. It was a really good nap, I promise. I don't know if... Actually, I know exactly what I'm gonna start with. Sorry it took so long. Wait, we still have... Okay, now I don't have anything extra open. Steam. We still have a bunch of demos we can play, so I'll probably do those, and we probably won't do If Found. We'll probably just do demos. Perfect way to test if if this works. Kill Knight, since that was like super freezing before. That sure is red. Pretty. Solitude. Let's enjoy solitude. Smooth as silk. Yeah, this does kind of feel like Vampire Survivors. Damn, this game feels really good. Keale from Galactic.
I have not played enough Deep Rock Galactic. Alright, again. Damn, I definitely can get obsessed with this. I feel like I can literally play this for hours. Which is both a good thing and a bad thing. This is like a life-wasting game. Also, I'm very touched that we could take a break so long and there's still people waiting for us. Very touched. Especially how late it is now. Well, at least for us. Oh, we're getting bigger. Round and round we go. I love your streams. Aw, thank you. That means a lot. I love streaming. Believe it or not. Oh shit, the shape of the level changed. Of course I'm gonna stay for the whole thing. I mean, you say that, but what if I stream for like 6 more hours? Damn. This reminds me of like Kill Bug or something. Which is also a great game. Started skipping. I literally signed up to Twitch just to watch y'all. You're like the only channel I follow. What can I say? That puts a smile on my face. To Miami's on screen. I won't be able to keep this up. I've stayed up for 3 days straight to watch someone's subathon before. Wow. That's intense. That's dedication. How am I still alive with the game skipping like this?
insane. Blasted. Oh, there's not 30 frame rate. That's a little sad. Definitely picking this up, even if I won't be able to stream it. Let's see. Okay, there's no release date for this yet. 5 Eldritch Layers. Kill or be killed. Damn. This is really interesting. A lot of flashing lights. Alright, let's try something that hopefully won't be so hard to play. This says controllers not supported. Let's find out if that's true. This one's a mecha game. I don't know what a Piazza file is. Let's find out. Piezzo. Whoa. Okay, yeah, this does not use a controller at all. A pleasure-loving organism. A piezophile is an organism with optimal growth under high hypostatic pressure, i.e. an organism that has its maximum rate of growth at a hydrostatic pressure equal above 10 megaparsecs when tested over permissible temperatures. Hydrostatic pressure? In a fluid at rest, all frictional and inertial stresses vanish, and the state of stress of the system is called hydrostatic. This game takes place underwater, so I guess that makes sense. This is not a point and click as far as I know. An alkaline hydrothermal vent field located at the forearc of the abyssal rift of Paranos. This is the home of chemosynthetic animal cultures and arachno and arcane methivores, flourishing amid towering carbonate pillars and belching magma chambers. Deploy? Don't get me wrong, I had to use a shit ton of energy drinks to get through it. But the point is, I stayed up for 3 days. That is fair. Huh. This is an interesting menu option.
Oh, those are my hands. That's sick. Oh, there's a lot of buttons. WASD, arrow, ESDF. I've never seen that before. User, microwave hearing? Microwave hearing for music to skull and effects to skull may cause in hallucinatory feedback. Refer to viewer protocols for auditory inaccuracy reporting instructions. I'm pretty sure that... What? I have no idea what that means. I did good today and shower for the first time this week and used the power of hard candy to give me some focus while showering. Ooh, power of hard candy. What kind of hard candy? My brain went to like a Smartie. Peripheral eye. What? I don't know if there's something wrong with our computer or we need to clear more space or something, because the fact that any game is giving us this much clunk is actually really distressing. Or I should say that every game we play is giving us this much clunk. Okay, this is a lot more. Gets 3 steps. Yeah, we have antivirus. I don't think it's a virus. Have needed a new hard drive for a while, but the problem is, like, if our computer is struggling this much to stream, and we don't even have a VTuber model up, then we have no hope of doing a subathon justice. Huh? This game is way too immersive to have these problems and still be able to play. Okay, I need to try a game that I know works, or that I know we've streamed before with no issue, and see if we still suffer. If so, I guess we'll end stream and try to fix things by Sunday. Mirage Feathers. We stream Mirage Feathers. Also, a game that's has a demo for Steam Next Fest, even though they released their demo way before Steam Next Fest started. That was like 2 weeks ago, I think. Sour apple Jolly Ranchers. Got a whole bag of just green apple. Nice. I don't want to jinx it by being like, oh, this seems fine. This is fun though. There's some crunch. Your mind makes it real. Yeah, I have no choice. I have to end stream. And I'll use tomorrow to try to fix this and do a fucking check-in stream. And if that doesn't work, I guess we'll call off the subathon. We'll figure it out. But I hate to end stream without rating someone, even if I am fucking irritated. So let me do that before I lose my goddamn mind. I was so hyped, refreshed from my nap. But you know, these things happen. You know what? We haven't rated Code Channel in a while. And they're doing some Steam Next Fest stuff. So that's cool. That's what I'm gonna raid. Another VTuber trans film. Very chill, plays a lot of fucking games, and we have a lot of similar tastes, so I'm sure you'll get some nice game recs. Don't mind me, I am going to do drugs and whine and cry that I did not get to play all the cool demos on stream. And hopefully figure out how to fix that. Yeah. Have a good one. I really appreciate you. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness, and maybe even a little despair. But if you stick it out, maybe some jubilation too. Good night.